That should be good. Good day, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. This is Viper for Viperland. No technical difficulties happened whatsoever if you're watching the VODs. But we're here. It's time to Steins gate it up. Music about yay? There you go. Alright. So we're midway. I gotta start putting these in some sort of order, but this is the one we saved at 2:04. Excuse me. I apparently saved in 3 different slots that night, but this was the final one, 2:04 a.m. That's the one. So yeah. Also, hey Ramen, welcome to Viperland in the chat. How's it going? The next morning I go for a stroll through the streets of Akiba. Oh yeah, Akiba's different. What I discovered is that, although the chaotic energy familiar to me has receded, Akiba is still Akiba at its core. Oh yeah, they give you plenty. The few electronic stores that I use to well, I mean, like, it looks like that's, like, it gives you all those, all those, all those, all those, all those, and all those. So, like, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, she unmowed the city. The few electronic stores that I used to frequent are still here. In fact, they've multiplied. You can still hear their loud theme songs and the cries of salesmen all the way from the sidewalk. Electronics otaku and PC maniacs walk the streets with unkempt hair, wrinkled clothes, and eyes burning with intense purpose. Jeez, why would you need to... Well, I guess, why not? There are even cheerful foreigners taking in the sights. You never see cheerful foreigners, clearly. Tourists being happy to be there? What's this? The maids and young female otaku have disappeared, but the hobbyist essence of the town is unchanged. It's just, you know, diverted a bit. I admit it's a relief. Yesterday I heard from Mayuri how we met Ferris on this world line. I was wondering, since May Queen no longer exists. It was at a small Rainet tournament at a toy store in Ikebukuro. We went to cheer on Daru, but he dropped out because of a stomach ache, so Mayuri and I ended up taking his place. But neither of you two knows how to play the card game. Our opponent was Ferris. You lost. Spoilers, we got crushed. Needless to say, but Mayuri says that Ferris was very gracious and gave us advice on how to play. Nice. That was the beginning of their beautiful friendship. Our past has changed considerably, yet we still ended up with the same close relationship we had on the last world line. Fascinating. It's a death to Ferris. Yeah, if you face Ferris in a tournament, you lose. Maybe Lady Luck is looking out for us. Yeah, so we were playing Among Us before this, and in roughly 2 hours worth of games, because we started a bit late, I was imposter every game except for one where I was arsonist, which is functionally an imposter role. Thankfully, nobody caught on to the pattern of we could just vote Viper and it's probably one of them. Maybe that's a sign. I've got mail. Oh, wrong button. Right click is menu, middle click is phone. We're watching you. Hathgosocum at 9's IXPBB. Okay. Hell? Is this a prank? Spam? Why red gelatin? Who is watching me? Jelly, of course. Also, hey, Rose, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. What's going on here? I spin around, searching the crowd. A few passerbys look at me strangely. All of them are holding gelatin. I don't care. Some of them are holding gelatin. Something's wrong. I'm not holding gelatin. Goosebumps break out all over my body at the sight of gelatin. Is it the organization? CERN? So then, this mail is a threat. My pulse skyrockets. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. What do I do? Tell someone? Who? I can't involve anyone. It's a prank, it has to be. Ignore it. But what if it's serious? Are the men in black coming? I'm dead. They'll erase me, erase us. Should I call the police? No, not enough evidence. What do I do? What the hell do I... Thoughts spin inside my head. Every pedestrian looks like an enemy. I flee from the crowd. When your Chinibio goes too far and goes into paranoia, after I manage to calm myself down, I head back to the lab. For now, I'll write that mail off as a prank. It's still early. Well, I guess it's actually noon. But Mayuri, Krisu, and Lukiko are already at the lab when I return. I greet them, trying to keep the anxiety out of my voice. It's Sunday, Obon weekend. What are you doing here, lab girls? It's Obon. Japanese holiday during which people return to their hometown to see their parents and relatives. This includes paying respect to family members who have passed away by visiting and cleaning their graves. Okay, cool. That would make it unusual that, well, not Krisu. She's already in a foreign land, as it were, but the other two. Pardon the intrusion, Okabe-san. Good morning, Okarin. The two cute high school girls waved to me in greeting. By the way, one of these girls is actually a boy. We know Okabe. This is like the 5th time. The thing is, this is all going on in his head, meaning he has to remind himself constantly. Also, I think I set the sound a little too loud. Just a smidge. Yeah, that should do. In any case, the sight warms my heart, or would, if not for a certain assistant who just gives me a bored look before going back to reading. Scene you're thinking of? We will find out. Oh, Achan last time? Yes, but do you really think Okabe would notice that? You totally did, like that was pointed out, that happened, but do you think Okabe noticed? Do you think he exited his own world for long enough to pick up? What are you doing? Mayuri and Lukiko are sitting next to each other on the sofa, reading a book together. It looks like a cosplay photo album. Yesterday, I went to Nakano to buy doujinshi, remember? While I was there, I found a photo album of a super cute cosplayer. I have to remember that doujinshi are just fan manga, right? I always hear them used in a specific context, but it's really just fan-made manga of a series. I was like, wait, she went to go get what now? But it's like, no, she likes the show. It's basically fan fiction, but manga. Yeah, no, because you only hear it used in that context in the wider internet. So I splurged on it. Look, Luka-chan! This is a costume of Sedona from Blood Tune. It's so detailed and cute. What's Blood Tune? Popular TV anime based on a manga. 26 episodes were broadcast last year. Main heroine, Sierra Orgel, is especially popular among anime otaku. Tune. There's a clear and obvious reference here that I'm just missing. It's definitely a reference to a anime and I'm just drawing a blank. Tune. Damn it, there's a reference and I'm not getting it. It is! You see, she's showing it to Lukiko as part of his re-education. To think that he was so reluctant to get involved in cosplay. Looks like Mayuri's persistence has paid off. Actually, judging by his obvious interest in the photo album, maybe he was always interested in cosplay, just too shy to cosplay himself. Take a look, Krishan. It's amazing! Okay. Oh. Looks like Krisu's not interested in the photo album. She just gives a cold Instead, she's reading a difficult-looking English book. Damn it, this is no time to be showing off your intelligence. She speaks English fluently. But Okabe. You're going to make Mayuri cry if you talk to her like that. Or so I thought, but Mayuri doesn't seem to mind, so I stay out of it. Wow, look at these swimsuits. So much skin. She's got a great figure, like a gravure idol. Must be nice to be nice? The swimsuits? I don't have that great a figure. Don't worry, Luka-chan. I'm sure you'll make our big friends breathe hard. Oh, Mayuri. Hey now, Mayuri, what are you saying? It's like you're referring to Daru with that remark. It's like. And, plenty of people like flat chests. So even if you don't have breasts, you should still have confidence in yourself. Mayuri is speaking the truth there. Krisu's about to die in the corner. Hold on. Tonight I do have the correct beverage in hand. The reason I usually get tea for longer games is just because I put a lot of honey in the tea. So when I'm doing a lot of reading, the honey's probably good. But Steins Gate Dr. Pepper, I got it. Krisu starts choking on her coffee. I know how she feels. I almost did a spit take with my soda. Of course he's got soda too. Mayuri's breasts are huge for her height, so her advice lacks a certain element of persuasion. No, once Komima's over, let's all go on a trip to the beach. Mayushi's been making costumes all summer. I haven't had time to play at all. What do you think, guys? A Lab Man beach trip? All of the Lab Mens? I can't go. I have to go back to America soon, and I haven't even started packing yet. Yeah, I can imagine leaving a country takes a bit of packing. She must have brought over enough to stay here for however long she was here. I feel like she must have mentioned... I get the feeling it's like a month, maybe 2 months max of like her total time here, but I don't remember. Maybe I'm just assuming things. Yes, I can see you're in a rush. I bet you don't even have time to lounge around and read. Ooh. You know what, Okabe? That was decent. Krisu snaps her book shut and glares at me. You know, when it comes to defending Mayuri's plans, he's sharp sometimes. Fine, I'll be blunt. There's no way I'm swimming with two perverts like you. I mean, that's also reasonable. If it's just the girl members, I'll happily go. Huh, be honest, Christina. You just don't want me to see the Mongolian spot on your butt. What? A bluish birthmark commonly found in Asian children. Usually disappears by the age of 5. What? Is this a real thing? I haven't looked at Asian babies' butts. Sure. Okay. Just gonna smile and nod and say maybe? Don't have a Mongolian spot. Anyway, if it's just the girl members, then doesn't that rule out Lukuko? What's that supposed to mean? Oh no. Apparently a real thing. Okay. Didn't we tell you earlier? Lukuko's a bona fide guy. My declaration of the truth freezes the air instantly. Huh? There's something off about the reaction.
He might actually be dead.
Good timing there too. You're the worst. Where'd you get off calling her a guy? Oh man. Yeah, Ocarine, that's a terrible thing to say. Luke is just gonna cry. I mean, justifiably so, but even Mayuri condemns me. Lukuko, meanwhile, turns pale and hangs his head, so I can't see his face. Is he crying? Normally he'd get depressed and say something about how embarrassed he'd be to wear a swimsuit, but he wouldn't start crying. Christina, I understand your desire to deny the truth. It's difficult to imagine that a guy could ever be so cute, but... Speaking of people who have a desire to deny the truth... He immediately is like, wait, something's wrong here. I ain't adjusting course, though. Full speed ahead. Okabe. Houston advances on me with a stern glare. You want to give me stupid nicknames, that's fine. I mean, it's not. But what you said just now is below the belt. Full speed off this cliff. Wow, looks like there's a cliff ahead. Better speed up so we hit it faster. Didn't take you for the kind of guy who thinks it's funny to hurt people's feelings, but I guess I was wrong. You're a real jerk, Okabe. Which means she knows. The fact that she says it that way means she knows that he's just kind of messing with her with the nicknames. Huh? What did I do to deserve this tongue lashing? Apologize. Apologize to Urishibara-san right now.
いやいや、
Wait a second. I don't have to apologize for anything. I just said the truth. It's okay. Lukuko gets up from the sofa, his head still hanging and his voice is barely audible. So that's how Okabe-san sees me. No, that's not how I see you, Lukuko. You're a guy, remember? Or are you denying reality too? The downsides of time manipulation. It definitely leads to foot-in-mouth disease, just buried, ankle-deep. You're the one denying reality. I'd argue at this point he's just cramming the second one in there. He's already down to the ankle of the first one, and he's like, I can fit a second foot in here. I can fit my other foot. That's right, Luka-chan's a girl, Ocarine. You're terrible. Mayuri, when did you start calling Lukuko Luka-chan instead of Lukaku? So he's noticed the pieces of the puzzle, but refuses to put them together. Cut it out already, Okabe. She's a girl. Mayuri nods in agreement. Huh? What's going on here? Is this some kind of prank? I'm going home. Poor Luka. Lukuko tries to slip by me out of the lab. I grab his hand to stop him from leaving. Never a good decision. Holy Lukuko, you can't fool me. You're as much a man as I am, and I know how to prove it. Oh, I don't know what you're talking about, Robin. No. You know how last time we passed the most awkward scene in Yakuza 4? Yeah. This game has a really awkward scene too. And it's this. I pin Lukuko's arm and reach for his package. Let's see where you're hiding down. Nothing. Oh? Oh? You... Even Mayuri is probably just gonna kill him. Huh? What? Why? I feel around... some more. No, don't, Okabe-san, please stop. Nothing. Nada. It should be there. I mean, the guy literally doesn't, like... An electric current runs through my brain. No way. Yes way. So that's what happened. If only... Lukuko, you... The email that I thought had failed was actually a success. You're a girl. That's what we've been saying. Yeah, you know that scene in Take Your Pick, Persona 4 Golden or Persona 5, where you romance everybody and they all find out at the same time, and get senseless? Different reason. But, like, it should be that scene. A half second later, Krisu cracks me over the head with her heavy textbook. Honestly, you deserve worse. Yeah, 4 is emotional. Well, 4 is emotionally, 5 is physically. Before Golden, they just make you feel like trash. 5, they beat the snot out of you. My vision clears. Lukuko is crying. Mayuri is rubbing her back comfortingly. Krisu, meanwhile, is glaring down at me like I'm something she scraped off the bottom of her shoe. Pathetic, even. Daru, who arrived a moment ago, is in the corner, trying not to laugh. Oh, man. Oh, if Daru laughs, he's as good as dead, too. Honestly, I can't blame him. Righteous high school girl who makes perverted college guy beg for forgiveness. If I had to put a title on the scene, that's what it would be. Top of my head is throbbing. Yeah, most likely because Krisu whipped out 100 million of my precious neurons, envied by scientists the world over. Even in this state, he's like, great. I put a moist towel on my head. I want to vivisect your skull and remove your brain for a good washing. Then I'll submerge it in a culture fluid so it can never do anything like that again. Anyway, just be thankful I haven't reported you to the police. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. While he may have realized way too late, he did eventually realize, and clearly knows he is absolutely in the wrong. Man, that was a dumb. I didn't think it would be gone. Lukiko has become a girl. Her face hasn't changed, and she's flat as a board, but she's definitely a girl. There's no denying what my hand didn't feel. Again. Product of its time, we'll go with. Also, it's an established thing that he's a dense son of a bastard. I guess that ridiculous superstition was true. If you eat vegetables, you'll have a girl. Does this count as a scientific breakthrough? No, the time machine does, though. Anyway, I'd better apologize to Lukiko. How do you, like... Okay. For reals, though. You can't just, I'm sorry out of that. Like, you can't just be like, oh yeah, whoops. Maybe Fusu would understand. If you explained the long form of all of it, maybe. She'd still hate you, but she might be like, I kinda get where the synapses were crossed. Ain't no chance Lukiko's gonna be like, oh yeah, no, that checks out, that makes sense. I hope she doesn't get PTSD because some pervert, me, groped her. I mean, she's a 17-year-old girl now, and she was shy to begin with. See, he also, like, he at least takes the moment to be like, did I actually seriously fuck her up? Like, this isn't gonna cause permanent, like, problems, right? I'll need to be as gentle as humanly possible from now on. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if she never spoke to me again. So, like, he does realize how badly he messed up, but realizing that afterwards is a little... No one but myself to blame. I'll just have to accept the consequences. Anyway, what in the hell made you think that Urushibara-san was a boy? Internally, he's like, oh, I done goofed. Externally, still full shooting. As I already explained, we changed the past. Lukiko was a guy, but he wanted to be a girl, so he sent a D-mail to make his wish come true, and it worked. I knew the world line had changed. My magic eye reading Steiner saw the shift in time. But I chose to believe my mundane senses instead. I should have had more faith in my powers. I won't make that mistake again. Fusu calmly readies her book above her head. Yeah? Want some more? Telling the truth, you have to believe me. I can explain this phenomenon logically. When we sent the D-mail, we changed the past, and all of history changed as a result. My brain perceived that change. I leaped to my feet, overcome with excitement. Apology gone. All mankind, I alone can perceive changes in causality. I am this world's observer. I look around, expecting to see awe on their faces. Why would you expect that right now? Sit down before I hit you again. I was untold. Don't you understand? I'm the observer, the one who opens the box holding Schrodinger's cat. Weird way of putting it, but... Schrödinger. Schrodinger's cat again? The Japanese can't get enough of that cat. The cats are cute, you know. You're Japanese too. I've had enough Schrödinger, thanks. I do admit that kitties are cute though. I have to check, I know what it's going to say, but the word kitten, neko, corrupted for cuteness. Used by cat lovers all over the internet. Okay. Daru's absolutely right. Whenever an anime wants to use quantum mechanics, the characters always talk about Schrödinger's cat. Do they now? It's fine, this was a game before it was an anime. Anyway, my magic eye has the power to perceive changes in the world line. This power is called reading Steiner, as I've explained. I told you that name was stupid, remember? It's English, like something from a kid's manga. Not to mention, it's a grammatical mess, and there's also the fact that it's half German, so no consistency there either. It's stupid. The same goes for that Steins gate thing you're always talking about. Looks like you still got that Mongolian spot on your butt, Christina? The names are all about feeling. My creativity, comparable to the great Da Vinci himself, cannot be held by the shackles of grammar. The shackles of grammar. She hits me again. Because of course she would. I'm seeing stars. Hasn't stopped the mouth from running though. Show a little remorse, huh? I'm sorry. Lukako's still crying, and you're going on and on about how great your naming conventions are. As punishment, I spend the next 30 minutes on my knees under Krisu's watchful eye. If I slouch for a second, I get the corner of her book. I'd accept being told, die pervert, if it weren't coming from Lukako. Or if it were coming from Lukako. But why the hell is Krisu butting in? I didn't do anything to her. Because Lukako will never do that. But somebody has to. That's why. Even Mayuri won't do that. But somebody has to. Or you won't learn. Does she think she's one of those class president characters? Anyway, I flee the lab as soon as my punishment is over. The silent pressure from the girls is just too much to bear. I step into the sun and stretch. My legs are numb from the kneeling, so I can barely stand straight. At that moment, the Braun Tube workshop door opens, and out comes part-time warrior. Our eyes meet. So, she's less energetic than usual. Why are you so wobbly? It's a new exercise. Huh? Never heard of it. The new exercise of wobbly knees. Suzuha answers listlessly as she sits down on the bench. When she aimlessly gazes skyward, I follow suit. Huge clouds are slowly swallowing the blue. A helicopter flies overhead. I can hear its propellers slicing the air. Perfect weather for cycling.
Huh?
Really? But it's so damn hot. How can you exercise on a day like this? I'd rather drink hot coffee in a well-air-conditioned room while browsing the net. I mean, replace coffee with Dr. Pepper, and I don't know. No, doesn't sound good at all. Now that's a luxurious way to spend summer break. If only the lab had air conditioning. Hey, up for a little cycling? Seriously? She has to be joking. Your bike only has one seat. One of us can sit on the back. You aren't browsing the net, Viper. You couldn't You're right, I couldn't understand. Don't you have work to do? Suzuha pops into the store. She's back in less than a minute. I got permission. It's not like we'll have customers anyway. Try to think of an excuse to refuse, but nothing comes. It's another one of those ones. I'm just gonna let him have it. Like, too good. We've established in like the opening bits of this game how utterly out of shape this man is. Again, no judgment. I've been in this room for 15 months. I get it. However, I call it like I see it. So why? Why doing the pedaling? Long ago, Aristotle said time is just the measure of motion. So put those pedals in motion. Ooh, that doesn't make sense. I like the concept of somebody quoting like obscure philosophy to Okabe and him being like, that doesn't make any sense. It's like, Think about that for a second. I'm exhausted. We barely made it to the station. I'd die if I went another block. This was a terrible idea. I should have known better. I get off the bicycle and sit against the station wall. Suzuha sets the bike against the wall and crouches next to me. Sitting on the ground is undignified for a man of my stature, but no matter. I just need a few moments to catch my breath. I watch the crowds of people move past, and nearly all of them are men. Here and there I see people carrying large boxes, most likely PC parts or appliances. There isn't an anime poster in sight. When I took a change, so did the people who visited it. This atmosphere, it's kind of retro? It's the Akiba I've only seen in pictures, Akiba at the end of the 20th century. The electric town in its purest form. It has risen from the ashes of the past, and the only one who knows it is me. Oh, hi, Mayuri. Do you like Luka-chan? But Ocarine, the last time there was a girl you liked, didn't you say something like, going out with me will bring you misfortune, so I'll just watch you from afar? Oh, that Mayuri is trying to justify what happened by being like, clearly you like Luka. Mayuri's too good. Also, just, we've been having slight power issues again, so I'm just going to start saving a little more frequently. And then I figured every time the phone's open, if we save, we're probably good. And the only one who knows it is me. No. You know, Suzuha murmurs. It's only been 10 days since I arrived in Tokyo. However, Mayuri clearly... he's through a lot of BS. And sees to the person behind Okarine's showboating, and sticks with him. Huh? I didn't know that. Vacation? No, that can't be right. I'm hunting for my father. That's a strange way to put it. Did he run away? I meant it as a joke, but Suzuha looks so serious. I hope I didn't screw up again. I haven't seen him in years, but I know he's in this town. But then, why are you working downstairs? Suzuha works at the Bronto workshop from 11 AM to 7 PM every day. I doubt that leaves much time to search. Honestly, I don't have a clue where to begin. Have you talked to the police? No. And shouldn't you? Or you could hire a private investigator or something, if you have money. I don't have the resources, and besides, there are... issues. Issues? I only have one chance. That chance is tomorrow. I know that tomorrow he might appear in a certain place. A certain place? It has a rather ominous ring to it. Could her father be some kind of fugitive? I stay silent, unable to think of a response. If I miss that chance, then I'll have to leave. By leave, you mean go back home? Not exactly. I have a parallel priority engagement. What? I've already made up my mind. If I don't find him tomorrow, I'll give up. That's, okay. You're worried, aren't you? I understand that feeling. You're alone, searching for your father in an unfamiliar town. It can't be easy. You hoped that talking to someone would help. That's why you sought out the most reliable person around. Literally anyone else, but you couldn't find anyone, so you talked to me. Alas, part-time warrior, you have made a grave mistake, for I am the insane mad scientist, Oyoin Kyoma. Ah. Yeah, that's the response. You shall be my next guinea pig. Guinea pig? You know what I'm talking about. D-mail, the greatest discovery in the history of science. I've explained D-mail to Suzuha before. You shall be the subject of our next experiment. What are you gonna do? Suzuha takes a step back. She finally realizes the danger she's in. You know, if your entire delusion is trying to convince everyone around you you're dangerous, why? Why?
少しでも多く
Too simple. I need more data, and I'll do anything to obtain it.
お前にも
You're going to change the past. You can change it however you like, but only I will know the difference.
その非道だと思う
You think that's cruel? Then do as you please. But know that you are already caught in my web. You cannot escape.
そうだ
Fear not. I know exactly what you should write in your
お
D-mail.
前
Listen well. You're going to send this to your father before he disappeared.
娘を置いていくな
To abandon your daughter. It's that easy. You've just solved all of her problems right there.
君ってさ、
You're a nice guy. You know that?
な
に
What?
なんか
I think talking to you really did help.
お前
Are you trying to insult me? I'm not a nice guy. I'm a mad scientist who experiments on women and children.
狂気のマッドサイエンティストである
Occasionally people see little glimmers of like, you're really not that bad, are you?
分かったならば
Now tell me your father's email address if you don't.
俺の右腕が火
That
を
shall unleash the power of my right arm. Once it's unsealed, even I can't control it. You may not survive. Consider yourself warned.
保証でき
ごめん。
Sorry,
無理な
I
の。
can't.
あくまで逆らう
You
の
dare defy me?
父さんの携
I
帯
don't know his email address or his phone number.
Huh?
Oh. Kinda stopped his roll pretty quick. Well, that's a letdown.
まあ、だから
That's why tomorrow's my only chance. Thanks for caring, though.
心配してくれ。
心配などしていない
Don't care. I'm just disappointed I couldn't experiment on
がっ
you.
かりしている
でもすごいね。
Anyway, you can send mail to the past? That's amazing. The first time machine ever. Of course it's amazing. I am Hoyoin Kyoma.
ほーいん今日もだからな
Oh man,
アッ
just
プグレードの
the
予定は
oomph he puts into it. Any plans to upgrade it?
アップグレード
Upgrade it?
そのタイムマシン
You
の
know,
アップ
like
グレード
sending people to the past or something.
検討中だ
We're working on it. No good ideas yet, though.
だったらさ、
Then let me give you
作る
one
前
word of
に一
advice.
つマキセクリスは
You should leave the Makise Krisu out of it.
そういえばお前
What do you have against her
あいつの
anyway?
ことをやけに
さてと
Well, better get back to the workshop.
30分休憩を
I only got a 30-minute break. I'll get in trouble if I don't get back
そろ
soon.
そろ入んないと怒られちゃうよ。
I stop Suzuha as she gets on the bike.
明日は
Come to the lab tomorrow, whether you meet your
父親
father or
と会え
not.
ても会えなくても
なんで
Why?
お前の昇進を利
So I
用し
can
て
use your grief to power my time machine. Haha, you really are a mad scientist. So evil.
もし父さんと会えたなら
If I meet my father, I'll stop by. Then we can do a gun
祝
salute.
福をあげてよね。
She laughs happily. Then she starts pedaling. Leaving me behind.
じゃ待て
Hey, wait!
俺も乗せていけ
Let me on! Hey! Suzuha doesn't wait, leaving me with no choice but to run back to the lab. You know,
これより
I shall now brief you on Operation
エルド・グリーンムニルの概要について説
Eldfrimnir.
明する
Yes, that's a word. Going to infiltrate now. What should I do? I'm so nervous. I can't see my own. I can't see my own heart. Like pedaling through frosted glass. Wish me luck. Over and out. Can't respond to that one either. I'm just gonna assume Norse mythology. I'm not even gonna click it. We're just gonna assume Norse mythology. The only lab mems here today are Mayuri, Krisu, and Luko. This is also the next day, right? Damn, it doesn't say what day it is. Well, it does, but in very small letters. But I think it's the next day. Meaning Lukuko came back. Couldn't get a hold of Ferris and Moeka. They must be busy. Daru, meanwhile, gave me some crap about having things to do. Okay, it was 8th earlier. Gotcha. Excuse me. I was prepared for Lukuko to refuse my invitation, but since she's here, I guess she's forgiven me? For now, at least? So, Okabe, have you said the words, "I'm sorry," to Lukuko? Have you said those words?
お前たちにはこれから宴会用の
I want you guys to get ready for a party. I've already explained to the lab members what Suzuha told me yesterday.
あんたは何するの？
And what are you going to do?
俺か
Me? I'm going to follow that part-time warrior and report back as the situation
状
changes.
況を
やめなさいよ、悪趣味だ
Don't you
な。
dare! Let her be
親子
alone with
水
her
入らずにさ
father.
せて。
You shouldn't be so quick to reject my plans, Christina. You don't understand the intricacies of the human psyche.
理解していない人というのは
Now that you've rejected my plan, there's no way I'm not going through with it. You have underestimated my pride.
独善的すぎ。
Get over yourself.
そもそも
Besides, Christina, you and she are enemies, are you not? You protect her from me while plotting her demise? That makes you a hypocrite.
あんたの行動が人
You
として
just don't have
ダメすぎる
standards,
んだ
that's
ろ。
all.
そうだよ。
She's right. I don't think you should bother her, Ocarine.
よくないと思う。
Even during the strategy meeting, Mayuri keeps working on her costume. Lukiko hasn't agreed to wear it yet, but Mayuri's enthusiasm remains strong.
それよりも、
No matter what happens, we need to give her a warm welcome. I'll do anything to help make this party super special.
でも
Actually, I haven't met this Suzuha-san. Suzu-san's really nice. I'm sure you'll get along with her too.
いい人。
Nice? To everyone, yes. Anyway, I'm going to tell her now. You guys...
だから、
Oh,
ダメだ
get
っ
it
つっ
through
て
your
んでし
thick
ょ。
skull. Damn it, assistant. How dare you give me orders?
に指図をするな
In the end, I can't get permission to tell Suzuha.
逃げたら
Don't
承
even
知しない
think
か
about
ら
running
な。
off somewhere. Kusu is forcing me to help her with the shopping. There's no way out. Kusu really is turning into a class president character. At this rate, she might take over the lab. A scientist taking over a lab. Awful. Wait, could this be what Suzuha was warning me about? Anyway, time to get my head in the game. We must prepare for the Last Supper, Operation Eldfirmnir. The Last Supper refers to our party for Suzuha. In the event she reunites with her father, we'll just celebrate normally. In other words, it will be her last supper in Tokyo. However, if she doesn't reunite with her father, we'll kidnap her and force her to participate in our experiments. Sacrifices must be made if we're going to perfect D-mail technology. In that case, it will be the Last Supper in this world line. The lab's budget, most of which comes out of my pocket, is tight, but it's okay to party every once in a while. There's no such thing as a low-risk, high-return. High-risk, high-return. That's how a mad scientist operates. He definitely puts all of his ships on 23. Waha, I can already taste Suzuha's despair. Huh? Over there. Isn't that... I follow Kusu's finger to see Daru emerge from Yadobashi camera.
見つけたぞダル
Found you, Daru.
え
Huh?
あ
I grab his collar and stop him from escaping.
お前
Why didn't you respond to my summons?
だから
Like I said, I've got something to do.
用事とは
Which is... offline meat. Inexcusable.
いやちょっと
Wait,
聞いて
just
くれよ
listen a sec.
オフ会と
Your offline meat or a party with food handmade by our very own lab
お前
girls.
はど
Choose
ちらを
one.
選ぶ手作りだと
Mead? Oh, Daru.
一つ確認したい
One question. Will Ferris-tan be there?
いますか
Before Kusu can answer that, I whisper to Daru. Naturally. Ferris is a lab mem too. Wow.
そう
Damn it. Why do they have to be on the same day? Can't it wait until tomorrow? What will it be? The time to choose is now.
ベイリスさんの手料理
I want to eat Ferris-tan's home cooking.
オフ会を諦め
If
る
you give up this yeah. If you give up the offline meat, then that settles it.
諦める僕は
Give
オ
up.
フ会を
I
諦
give
め
up
る
the
ぞ
offline meat. Daru surrenders all too quickly. When we return to the lab, Mayuri and Lukiko are already starting preparations.
あれれ
Huh? Daru-kun's here
い
too.
るよ。
フェリスさんは
What about Ferris-tan? Where is she?
橋田、あん
You've
た
been
騙されてるわ
tricked.
よ。フェリスちゃんは
Ferris-chan said she couldn't come.
って言ってたけど。
マジで
Wait,
Oi,
seriously? Oh,
これは
great.
どういうこ
What's
とだよ
going on here?
ド
This
ッキリっ
isn't
て
funny,
レベルじゃん
man.
次の機会があったら
Don't worry, I'll make sure she
話を
comes
つけ
to
て
the
お
next
いて
one.
ふざけんなよ
You gotta be kidding me. I was looking forward to that time machine meet.
タイムマシンオフ
Time machine meet? What's that?
僕がよく見に行く
An offline meet for the sci-fi BBS I post on.
そこのプロの作家なんかも来る
Some
予定だ
famous
ったのに
writers are gonna be there. I won't forgive you,
オカリ
Ocarine.
ンを許
Ever.
さない
What? Why didn't you say so? I would have gone
そんなオ
too.
フ会があるならば
Suddenly, I smell something strange. Does anyone else smell that?
一周
Smell what?
タコ足配線のしすぎ
Did
で
we blow a fuse somewhere?
どこかの電源がショートしていない。
すみません。
Sorry. Lukako's apologizing for something.
多分
It's probably the smell of Mayuri's cooking.
だと思います。
What? This is the smell of food?
私も手伝うわ。
I'll help too.
じゃ
Okay then, warm these eggs, please.
あ電話
Should
レ
I
ンジ
use the phone wave?
Tasty.
Oh, for sure.
ダメです。
No, if you put raw eggs in a microwave, they'll
爆発し
explode.
ちゃいます。
Where's the...
ま
Uh-oh. Whoops. Oops, that's the skip things. We took the door off. It should be fine, right? Chop, chop, choppity... Oh, I gotta hear that one. I was looking for how to hide. It's shift, not control. I was close. We're already in the menu, so...
方したら危ないよ。
That's... She has a knife in both hands, I'd like to point out. Mayuri over here, wielding daggers. Mayuri-chan, don't hold your knife like that. What's going on here? Dual wielding, you chop twice as fast, right? Like, just logically, you chop twice as fast. Daharu and I are exchanging
俺
glances.
たちも手伝うべき。
Maybe we should help too, or
むし
at
ろ
least
ノッカー
kick them out of the
です
kitchen?
結果は同じじゃね
Wanna end up the same either way?
めまいがしてきた。
Getting dizzy. This isn't
こ
the...
の現実を改変したい気分だ。
What the heck? This isn't the future I was hoping for.
ハゲド
Telling me I'll never forget this, Ocarine. Never.
本気で
I'm sorry, truly, but please, Daru, stay with me to the end.
保険としてピザ頼む
I'll order pizza as insurance. It only gets worse. The smoke grows thicker by the second, filling my lungs with ash and tar. In less than an hour, the girls have transformed the lab into a Class 5 disaster zone. I take out my phone and put it to my ear.
俺だ。
It's me. Looks like the evil one is free. If you haven't heard from me in an hour, tell my parents I love them.
オカリンそれ
Green. That's a death flag.
これが
Is this the choice of Steins
人
Gate?
の選択なのか。
Sigh. Bunkaroo. Alright, now I have to... A metafiction term. When a character triggers a death flag, they have said or done something that foreshadows their death. Common way to trigger a death flag is to make a promise on the eve of a climactic battle. For example, when this war is over, I'm gonna get married. Or saying the phrase, I am only 2 days away from retirement. After the storm has passed.
うわー
Nothing.
遅いな。
She's late. The sun is already set. The food lined up on the table, none of it looking particularly appetizing, has already grown cold. I open my phone to check the time. It's getting late. The high school girls will need to head back soon. Was Suzuha able to meet her father? If so, they might have a lot to talk about. You've got mail. Part-time warrior. Sorry. Goodbye. There's only one word in Suzuha's email. Does that mean she didn't meet her father? Now she plans to leave town alone?
そんなことは。
Oyo and Kyoma will never accept that. She will be my guinea pig whether she likes it or
あ
not.
いつは実験台なのだから。
Fly out of the lab. I don't know where Suzuha is. All I can do for now is go to the station. Excuse me. If she's going to leave town, she should be using public transportation. If she's using the Hibaya line on the other side of the station, then I've struck out. But if she's going to take the bullet train from Tokyo or Uneo, then she'll have to pass through here. I carefully scan the thinning crowd around Akiba Station. Where is she? After about 30 minutes of watching the crowd, I spot something. My gaze focuses on a person walking in from the main street. It's Suzuha, shuffling along with her head bowed. As she gets closer, I can see that she's wiping her eyes. Is she crying? I don't see anyone walking with her. I guess she couldn't find her father after all. You there, part-time warrior. Suzuha looks up in surprise. I see the tracks of tears on her face. Just as our eyes are about to meet, Suzuha looks away. And then she turns and runs out of the station. It's one weakness. Exercise. Wait! I give chase, ignoring the stares of passers-by. I thought I meant ignoring the stairs. She's gone. Damn it. Where did she... Hold on a second. Why am I chasing her? Do I have some kind of urge to chase things that run away? That's stupid. I'm not a dog. Shouldn't I just leave her to be? It's not like we're that close, right? You're a nice guy, you know that? I think talking to you really did help. But Suzuha is all alone in this town. What if I was the only one she could talk to about her father? I know she's hurting. She needs my help. Shouldn't I do everything in my power? Huh? Just now, I think I saw someone who looked like Suzuha. The run from the station has left me exhausted. I dropped to my knees, gasping for breath. My sides ache. I can't take another step. Even after searching the entire area around the station, I couldn't find Suzuha. I guess this too is the choice of Steins Gate. As I rest, I look up at the night sky. The satellite remains buried in Radikan's wall. I wipe the sweat off my brow and head back to the lab. Okari, did you find Suzu-san? Does it look like it? Everyone's still there when I return. It's late. Go home, everyone. But... tell us what happened.
そうだ
Yeah, keep us in the loop, man. Suzuha ran away from me. I guess she couldn't find her father. Oh. The gloomy silence falls. I can see the sadness in everyone's face. Yes. I began to laugh. That's the right response, yeah. Akabe-san? What's wrong? Are you okay? His brain is probably oxygen starved from too much running. Ooh. Not impossible. Ocarine. Chill. Look at you all. Why the long faces, friends? Have you forgotten? We have just the thing for moments like these. I thrust my finger at the curtain to the development room. You want to send a D-mail?
でもさ
But the discharge from... What the heck? Well, clearly more caffeine. I swear, I've been yawning more during streams lately, but like, I'm not tired. I've been sleeping fine. Lost a little sleep last night because power went out in the middle of the night, but like, 20 minutes, half hour of sleep? Not much. But the discharge phenomenon won't occur this late, will it? Then we'll send it tomorrow. Emails leak through time. It matters not when we send it, but when it's received. Who are you sending it to? To myself, this afternoon. The message? I smile triumphantly. Don't listen to Christina, pursue Suzuha. If I do that, there's no way I can fail. And then we can have Suzuha as a test subject. I suddenly hear the sound of rain. I look outside the window and see that rain has started to fall. As Daru predicted, the discharge phenomenon does not occur. Looks like we'll have to wait until tomorrow. The rain grows stronger over time, eventually becoming a thunderstorm. Envious, we haven't had a good thunderstorm here yet. If it's going to be hot temperature, at least give us a good thunderstorm. The next day, there isn't a cloud in the sky. It's hard to believe it rained all night. I keep checking the Braun Tube workshop through the window, but the morning passes without any sign of Suzuha. They say the satellite disappeared. I wonder what happened. Did it fly away? It's like a magic trick. Well, good night. Check the news, Green. That satellite up and disappeared. Oh no, lololololo. She's probably long gone from Akiba by now. She doesn't know who she's dealing with. She is but a pawn in my game, destined to fight me at Ragnarok. At the stroke of noon, I activate the phone wave. Name subject to change. The destination is my phone. Yesterday, around 4 p.m. The discharge phenomenon occurs as normal. The floor shakes violently. Squinting against the glare, I send the mail. Might have worked. But might have done something, at least. My brain shakes violently. My vision flickers. As the vertigo passes, I can hear my heartbeat and feel the warm blood coursing through my body. I blink slowly. That was the sensation of reading Steiner activating, and so I know Suzuha is ours. I hurry down the stairs. I step outside and look to the front of the building. What belongs there has returned. A mountain bike polished to a shining finish. And on the bench next to it, looking up into the summer sky, is Amane Suzuha.
Ohayo.
Good morning, part-time warrior. I try to remain calm as I call out to her. So, she greets me in her usual listless fashion. Snacking on? It's not like anyone's gonna come. And besides, I was up all night partying. I'm really tired. You were partying with who? You drinking, Okabe Rintaro? Big no-no, you're only 18. We have shifted from a world line where we failed to stop Suzuha from leaving to one where we succeeded. As a result, the events of yesterday changed. We couldn't find your father, so we held the Last Supper to make you a test subject, correct? Ah, yeah, I remember you saying something like that. Thanks for all your help yesterday. My memory is a bit fuzzy. Remind me again how we captured you? Wait, were you really drinking last night? Excuse me. Just tell me. Well, I was on my way home from the time machine meet when... Oh, wait a second. Time machine meet? Yeah. That's the same offline meet that Daru was going to. Was that where your father was supposed to appear? I said so yesterday, didn't I? I don't remember. So you were going home, and then... You, Hashide, Yutaru, and Shina Mayuri appeared out of nowhere. You brought me to the lab and we partied all night long. So my pursuit of Suzuha was a resounding success. I can't help but smile at how smoothly things went. Suzuha, meanwhile, looks back up at the clear blue sky. Yesterday sure was fun. Her tone is sincere. It would have been more fun if not from Makise Krisu. The apple pie she made was deadly. Yeah, no, that sounds about right. But Shibara Luga's curry was awesome. Your lab seems kinda like a clubhouse? It's nice. Everyone gets along and you're always smiling. I've never had so much fun in my life. Sounds like Suzuha had a pretty dark childhood. Maybe she was bullied in school. Could that be related to her father's disappearance? Ever get bullied so hard your dad just goes, can't handle it anymore, I'm gone, bye. Part-time warrior. As promised, you are now my test subject. I already told you, I don't know his email address. Then we'll have to postpone the experiment until you find out. By the way, the phone wave, name subject to change, used in the experiment is our lab's greatest secret. You must become a lab mem to guarantee your silence. Yes.
ラボメン
Lab mem?
ラボラトリーメンバーの略
Short for laboratory member. When you become a lab mem, you become one of us.
いいの
Can I really join?
いやでもなって
Yes, to protect the secrecy of the phone wave.
008だ
You don't have a choice in the matter. From this day forth, you are lab mem number 008. Suzuha lowers her head, no doubt awed by my proclamation. I hear what sounds like a sniffle. Then she looks up, revealing a smile.
しょうがないからさ
Guess I don't have a choice, huh?
現代になってる
All
時や
yours.
まだ
You're not going to leave? Nope. Maybe there's still a chance to find my dad.
お前は今日から
You are a lab mem now. If there's anything we can do, you need only
何
ask.
ちなみに
By the way,
父親につい
do
て
you
の
have
深
any
くのよう
leads?
なものはないのか
Suzuha hesitates a little. Then she stands up and turns to me. Her expression is grave.
私の父さんが
My father calls himself
タ
Tighter.
イターっての
ちょタイタン
Wait, Tighter as in
Ano Tighter?
that Tighter?
知ってんの
You know about him. He might be using a different code name
違う
though.
コードネームを使ってるかもしれないんだけど
I don't just know about him. He's been active on that channel for the past several weeks. I open the at channel thread on my phone and show it to Suzuha.
見ろジョン・タイターという
There's someone posting named
書
John
き込みをしてい
Tighter.
るだろ
Suzuha stares at the screen.
これで謎は解
It
けた
solves the puzzle. Your father is on
お前
that
の
channel.
父親
あ
Huh.
あ
You're right.
だ
っておい
Hey, shouldn't you be more surprised?
いや
Well,
この人
that's
じゃ
not
ないよ
him.
なぜわかる
How do you know? You just said your father calls himself Tighter.
私にはわかるの
I can tell.
とにかく
This Tighter
この
isn't
タ
my
イターは
dad.
父さんじゃない
That's a strange way to put it. It's almost like she knows who's behind John Tighter. As if to answer my suspicions, Suzuha continues.
ジョンじゃないんだよ
His name's not John.
私
The
の
name
父
my
さんが
father
使ってる
used
名前は
was
バレルタイターって言うんだ
Barrel Tighter. Dogma in Event Horizon. Oh, quick saved. Alright. Barrel! Yes. Oh man. It's an Atelier game now. I mean, aren't everything? Open my eyes to a deep scarlet sky. It's so weird because that was one of the things in that game that stuck with me. The Manicaris. It was the theme that plays during the school, because you spend a lot of time at the school, so obviously that theme stuck with me. And every barrel in the game, you'd hit the button and a random party member would just pop out and exclaim, "Barrel!" And it's stuck with me as like, that's just the thing from that game. I open my eyes to a deep scarlet sky. I'm on my back, lying face up. It's all out in the barrel lines too. Yeah, every party member's got at least one line for it. The sky is vast and the color ominous. I've never seen it like this before. Also, it quick saved, but why not regular save too, right? Where am I? I sit up. Oh, we don't have a date or anything. There's nothing here. The wasteland stretches to the horizon. Nothing but rocks and dust as far as the eye can see. I'm on Mars. Usually it's just a protagonist. Oh, okay. Like, I don't know why that specifically stuck with me so long. No plants, no water, no sun, no moon, no warmth, no cold, not a single breath of wind. It looks like hell. So Mars. A frozen world. It can't be Earth. Mars, I could... Okay, well... Why am I here? This must be a dream. I give up thinking about it and lie down again on the sand. It's probably a dream. I'm gonna take a nap. I guess I'll wake up soon. I should just wait until then. Wait, but the dream shows no sign of ending. Because it is, yeah, it's fairly unique to any game that I've played of characters just exclaiming, "Barrel!" Have you ever had a dream this lucid before? There's a terrible ringing in my ears that keeps me awake. I realize that it's the sound of silence. Also, hey Sword, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. My belongings are gone. I have no watch, no phone. The lack of motion numbs my sense of time. How long have I been lying here? It might have been only a second. It might have been 3 days. An epiphany. The concept of time is a human construct. The universe at large has no use for it. Time is a cage that we created to feel secure. Within its walls, we can forget our own insignificance. I'm thirsty. It hurts to breathe. This void is no place for a human. We're not strong enough to live in a world without time. Tears fill my eyes. What do they mean? I no longer know. I want to die. Yes, let's die. But what is death? To be frozen in time? Time stopped for me long ago. How can I die in a world that's already dead? Everything inside of me is crumbling away. Who am I? I can barely recall. My soul is melting into the void. Is someone there? Anyone? Something moves in the corner of my eye. Impossible. I try to move my eyes, but I've forgotten how. Found you, Ocarina. I wonder who that could be. It's the first day of summer. Oh, is it? Cool. Yay, more warm temperatures. It'll be fall soon enough. A pleasant voice silences the buzzing in my ears. It reminds me who I am. Okabe Rintaro. This time, my eyes move. There's a girl sitting on a nearby rock. I recognize her. My frozen brain comes alive. Her presence breathes new life into this dead world. Mayuri? My brain is still half asleep, and I cannot speak. It's Mayuri. Shina Mayuri, my oldest friend. She smiles at me, swinging her legs. This is the Earth, you know? 70 million years ago. Some scary people sent you here in a time machine. This is a dream, right? Mayushi went looking for you and found ocarines from many, many world lines. You're one of many ocarines, and also the original. Mayushi is one of many Mayushis, and also the original. And now, Ocarina and Mayushi are going to die here. Ball expansion? Yep. This is a dream, right, Mayuri? But I know that another Ocarina and Mayushi will pick up where we left off, 70 million years in the future. So everything's A-okay. This is a dream. Got some messed up dreams, yeah. I jerk awake at on top of the sofa. My body is drenched in sweat. It was a dream. I must have fallen asleep sometime around noon. What a horrible nightmare. I guess that threatening email I got is still weighing on my mind. Still, Mayuri had to save me? Even in a dream, that's unacceptable. I'm the one who saves her. That's the way it should be. Besides, Mayuri is not smart enough to talk about time travel like that. I sit up and look around the room. She's right where I expect to find her. In front of the TV, watching a Rainet Kakeru DVD. On the screen, the Upa riding Kakeru's shoulder is screaming something unintelligible. Probably Pika P. Excuse me. I wish I had an Upa. Look at her sitting there all spaced out. Mayuri needs my protection. That dream was wrong. I jog a Dr. P and check my phone. No new emails. I sent Taiter a mail several hours ago, just to make sure that he really isn't Shizuha's father. He hasn't replied yet. Did he, though? Yes, he did. Do you have a daughter named Suzuha, or do you know someone named Beryl Taiter? If you do, contact me. She's looking for you. Right. Obviously, Daru and the others don't know that I changed the past. Oh, hey, Ferris. This is Hoyoin Kyoma. Nyan, it's Ferris, Nyan. Oh, it's you, Akiha Rumiho. Now? Who's that now? I could have sworn her real name was Akiha Rumiho. Don't tell me, could the D-mail have changed that too? Ferris is Ferris, Nya. I don't have any other names, Nya. Yeah, right, your true name is Ferris, my apologies. Yeah, he of all people. Like, come on. Of course, she's just being her usual self. Well, what is it? If Ferris is calling me, it might be about the IBM 5100. She did promise to help us find one. You've been too conspicuous, Nya. The cat's out of the bag, and now you're trapped, Nya. I mean, you know. You should for her. Yeah, exactly. Huh? More of Ferris's usual nonsense?
四天王が動き
Four
始めて
guardian kings have awakened now. There's no escape now. Is that so? If you think the four guardian kings could stop me, just wait and see. Akiba will be drowning in blood before nightfall.
四天王の後に
But the four guardian kings are the four guardian queens now. After that, it's the 8 devils, and then the Black Angel 12 now.
控えてるんや
They just keep increasing. That many? What's going on in this town? To be fair,
奴らが本気
that
だ
sounds like a Yakuza side quest, right?
今日の
That sounds like a Yakuza side quest? You've really stirred up a hornet's nest now. I'm sorry, Kiyoma, but this is checkmate now.
いやまだ
No, it's not over yet. If I can just acquire the item, I can turn the tide.
IBN5100 の情報
You still not located an IBN 5100. Sorry now, I have agents looking all over the world, but still no luck now.
考えてるけどまだ
Oh, absolutely, yes. Probably both, actually. What? So she has no progress to report?
急いでくれ
Please hurry, I'm running out of time.
分かったにゃ
Okay, now, I'll tell you as soon as I find one, Kiyoma. Until then, hold on to your 9 lives, Nyan.
あ
Can't die yet. Psycho. She hung up before I could finish. Damn it, that's why I hate talking to Ferris. Anyway, moving on. This time, around my search for an IBN 5100 is going poorly. Actually, I suppose I should consider myself lucky for having found one so easily the first time. I mean, the IBN 5100 is practically an urban legend. There are people, like Moika, who have spent months searching with no success. Last time it barely took me 3 days to reach Yana Bayashi Shrine, almost as if something was guiding me there. Speed, no. It's the choice of Steins Gate. That's why its loss is so painful.
さすが
Guess that's why they call it the Phantom PC. Daru is sitting at his computer like always. Also, hold on. I feel like the camera is brighter than normal, but I think I just haven't gotten the settings on this new camera perfect. Also, it's a bright game.
アットちゃん情報
If
だ
we
け
push
で
it
さ
back just
何年か前
inch.
にコレクターが
I read on that channel that some collectors will pay millions of yen to buy one. No, that didn't change anything.
IBN
IBN 5100's a serious businessman.
そこまでプレミア
If they have that high a premium, then people must know their secret. They're all after the data in CERN's mainframe. It's definitely not collectors after a rare item. It's all people trying to hack CERN.
僕的にはすごく不思議
I
なん
don't
だよ
get
ね
it. How come they're so expensive?
もともと高かった
I
っていう
mean,
の
I
もある
guess they were
かも
pretty
しれない
expensive
け
to
ど
begin with. Looks like one cost about 20,000 yen back in the day. Well, $20,000, but you know, $20,000, that's expensive.
それにしても
Anyway,
手に入ら
I
な
can't
さ
believe
す
it's
ぎ
so
る
hard
気
to
がする
find one. Sure, it was a nice machine for its time, but
それは
only
あく
for
ま
its
で
time.
当時として
You'd have to be
私
crazy to want one now.
誰かが買い占めてた
Maybe
り
it's
して
one guy buying them all up. The harder something is to obtain, the stronger the desire for it becomes. That's how people are. Nintendo. Sorry. Let me take a sip of something real quick. That's exactly how I feel now. All the condensation from a mug filled with icy Dr. Pepper has decided to drip directly onto my shirt. I mean, you know, it's basically their business practice these days for every non-game item. That's exactly how I feel now. In the depths of CERN, completely isolated from the outside, lies a database coated with an IBN 5100. What secrets are sleeping there? Could it contain the data from CERN's time machine research? Could there be proof that the Committee of 300 exists? The desire to know grows stronger by the day. It's not just about plunging the world into chaos anymore. We need the power to oppose CERN's evil ambitions. And then there's that threatening email to consider. Daru is confident that CERN won't find us, but I can't afford to take that for granted. After all, we're up against the brightest minds in the world, the scientists who invented the World Wide Web. And they're backed by a secret organization more powerful than any nation. We're way out of our league here. They'd have no trouble at all crushing our puny lab if they desired. That's why we need a trump card to hold against them. Without an IBN 5100, we can't move forward. I'm getting restless.
うお
Oh,
なんじゃこりゃ
what's this? Daru suddenly lurches forward to stare at his monitor. What's wrong?
いやこんなのありえないん
There's
ですけ
no
ど
way that's right.
どういうことか説明しろ。
What are you talking about? Explain.
今
Well, I'm pulling data off the server, looking for a way to gain root access.
なんかやけにセルの
These
データベー
files
ス
are downloading
情報を
crazy
してくるのが
fast. I mean,
早いなと
we're
思ってたん
talking
だ
light
けど
speed here.
これすげえよ
It's hard to
なぜ
believe,
か
but
このビル周辺
for some
から
reason, this
セルま
area
で
has a
直
direct
通の
fiber
光回線
optic
が通
line
って
to
る
CERN.
しかも一本じゃ
Or
なく
lines
て
even.
直通と
Direct? What do you
普通
mean?
とはな。
文字通り直
I
通
mean, there's literally a fiber optic cable running from underneath this building to CERN's headquarters in France.
普通の場合は違う。
Is that strange?
全然違うっつうの
Yeah. Daru calls up the National Assembly of France's website. Then he brings up the command prompt and hammers out some commands. Like, yeah.
ほら見てみ
I was about to say, definitely a trace route. You could do ping, but trace route. Have a look. This is the route we used to visit the National Assembly of France's site. To be fair, this is accurate. This is how you'd figure out if you go to command prompt and do a trace route to an IP address, it will show you the steps and like routers and stuff it goes through on the path. It's a real thing.
この PC の IP アド
It
レス
starts from
がゼロ
our
だ
IP address. From there, it passes through various relays in Japan, jumps to France, then bounces around there for a while before finally reaching the National Assembly's site. It takes 16 steps total to get there. The average transfer rate's about 300 milliseconds. That's normal for an overseas connection. In other words, there's a route we have to take to get to France from Japan. Everyone takes the same route. Other countries are the same. Even browsing domestically takes about 10 steps. Now, let's try CERN. Never calls up CERN's homepage from the browser. Then it displays the route like last time. The result,
経路はたったの
there's only one step. Unlike before, the signal doesn't pass through any intermediate servers. The PC we're using, its registered name is Akihabara PC, is connected directly to CERN in France.
しかも転送速度は普通の
The
数
transfer
百
rate
倍
is
だ
hundreds of times better than
むちゃ
usual.
くちゃ速い
Crazy fast. You can't even get these numbers domestically, man.
なぜ直通なんだ。
Why do we have a direct line? Is this even possible?
クラックする前からこ
It
の
was like this when we
状態だ
found
ったん
it.
だぜ
I didn't do
僕は何
anything.
も言い
このビルには
Building already had a hotline to
偶
CERN?
然とは思えない。
This can't be a coincidence. It might just be the choice of Steins.
普通だったら絶対にあ
Doesn't
りえ
make
ない
sense. Why would there be an independent line running from here all the way to CERN? Daru is so excited he interrupts me. Not Japanese or French no Japanese or French telecommunication company would set up something like this, which means
設置したのは
CERN did it themselves. Daru gulps and nods. Cold sweat oozes from his brow. I feel a chill as well. CERN might be able to see everything we're doing. Maybe CERN has been expecting us for years. How could that be? The answer is simple. John Titor claims that CERN completes their time machine in 2034. Just 2 years later, the world is a dystopia under their rule. Maybe the CERN of 2034 considers our opposition in 2010 a threat. Maybe they use their time machine to travel to 2000 and install a fiber optic cable to track our every move. It's entirely possible. Has the invention of the time machine started an intertemporal war? So, what can we do? Our enemy might be stronger than I can even imagine. I mustn't lose heart. I need to think positive.
でもさ、この
But
直通
thanks
回
to this
線があ
direct
るお
line,
か
we
げ
can
で
now control the
LHC を
Large
こ
Hadron
の PC
Collider
からでも
remotely.
使えるよ
本当にやったのか。
Figured out how? Wow, that's amazing, Daru-kun. She's suddenly kind of okay with the hacking. Mayuri pauses her DVD and comes up besides me.
これだけの転送速度
With a
だから
connection this
さ
fast, we can
遠隔
control the
操作も
LHC
タイムラグほぼ
practically in
ゼ
real
ロだろ
time. I
まだ
haven't
実
actually
際
tried
に
it
試
yet,
して
though.
ないけど
That's right. Even if this is some kind of CERN trap, we might be able to make use of it. They're still vulnerable to our attack.
LHC
LHC is that 20-kilometer long tunnel thing, right?
大きな
What
トンネ
does
ル
it
でし
do
ょ
again?
陽子を加速して
It accelerates protons and smashes them together. Oh, yeah, mini black holes, right? See, she remembers. Excuse me.
公式発表じゃ
The official line is that mini black holes might manifest as a byproduct of the particle collisions, but that's not the truth.
極秘の内部資料によれば
According to the top secret documents we found, the LHC was intended to create black holes from the very beginning.
装置だった
We still don't know exactly how they do it, by colliding particles in a large tunnel. It's in the name, Okabe. It's in the name. It's the Large Hadron Collider. You just said that's what... We need to think of a way to...
岡部
Okabe. Yusu suddenly emerges from the development room. She was cooped up in there all morning. Her expression is unusually grave.
どうした
What's wrong?
やっと解が出た
I figured it out. Figured what out?
電話レンジの仕組み
I
の
think I know how the phone wave works.
解明したのか
Really? Yusu nods. She still hasn't smiled.
あくまで
Keep in mind that this is just a hypothesis based on what we've observed.
今話してた
It's closely related to what you guys were just talking about, the LHC.
LHC は世界一大
I
きな
believe it
電
was
子レン
you,
ジ
Christina, who called the LHC the world's largest microwave.
そう
Yes, exactly. My hunch was right.
電話レンジは
You created a
とんでも
monster,
ない化け物
Okabe.
よ
Monster?
こんな雑居ビルの一室に
Doesn't
置いといていい
belong
も
in
のじ
some
ゃない
amateur lab, and before you take that as an endorsement of your abilities, I mean it in a bad way. Yusu clutches her arms as if to keep from trembling.
具体的に説明してもら
Give
お
me
う
details.
電子レンジって
Did you know that the microwave oven was invented as a byproduct of radar research? Daru and I nod. Mayuri shakes her head. We read up on all that back then. Back when, I assume. Yeah, back when the phone waves, named subject to change, started acting weird.
発生する電磁波の
Microwaves
周
are
波数
electromagnetic
2.45GHz のマイクロ波
electromagnetic waves
電話
with
レ
a
ンジに使わ
frequency
れて
of
いるのは
2.45
業務用の
gigahertz.
強力なや
The
つだから
phone wave is commercial grade, so its output is around 1500 to 2000 watts.
で
Here's the
ここから
important
が
part.
重要
Yusu goes on to explain that the electromagnetic wave output by the microwaves are somehow connected to the electromagnetic waves output by the phone. In fact, you could say they fuse together.
確かにダルの設計図に
According to Daru's blueprints, the microwave and the phone are made to send out shared electromagnetic waves by taking their leads,
マグネトロンの陰極と陽極
hardwiring each of them to the magnetron's cathode and anode. On one hand, we have the microwave, super strong electromagnetic waves, originally a byproduct of the military's research into radar technology. On the other, we have the cell phone, standardized electromagnetic waves, a frequency now ubiquitous throughout the world. What happens when you fuse these two waves?
どっちも電波を
Both
使うことに
devices
関
use
しては
electromagnetic waves. I'm not a specialist, though, so I can't
どんな
examine the
強さで
extent
影
of
響を及ぼ
magnitude
すのかは
of the influence
ちゃ
that
んと調
fusion
べたわけ
has.
仮に
But
携帯電話を踏み台にして
hypothetically,
周
if
囲
the cell
何
phone were
百
to
キロって
become a
いう
stepping
広範囲
stone,
に影響を及ぼすような
scattering the military-grade
軍事用電磁波
Why
がまき散
am I
らされた
stumbling
と
over
する
electromagnetic waves over a vast range of hundreds of kilometers.
秋葉原どころか
And not just Akihabara, but all of Tokyo would turn into the
電子レンジ
inside
の
of a
中と同
microwave
じ状
oven.
態になる中にいる人が死に至るまで
Taking
の時
into
間は
account slight variance due to body weight, the average time until death for the people inside would
お
be
よそ3分
3 minutes. That sounds bad. I'd like more than 3 minutes.
マジじゃあ
Seriously,
電話レ
then
ン
the
ジって
phone wave's a
大量
weapon of
破壊
mass
兵器って
destruction,
こ
isn't
とじゃ
it?
ね
Is it really that powerful?
あの電話レンジの中で
Let me
起きて
tell
い
you
るこ
what
とを
happens inside
教
the
えてあ
phone
げるわ
wave.
レンジ内の目に見えない
The
水
air
素に
inside
対
the
し
oven is full of
電磁波の
invisible
エネルギー
hydrogen
順位が
atoms.
上昇する
First, it bombards the atoms with
通常
microwaves
の電子レ
to
ンジの
increase
機
their
能
energy potential. This is the normal function of a microwave oven. Yes.
そこに
But
携
when
帯
you
電
add
話
the
の拡散型
electromagnetic
電磁
waves
波
from
が
the
加わることに
phone,
よってレンジ内のあらゆる素粒
the
子が
harmonics
衝
trigger a
突を
chain
繰り返すご
reaction.
とに質量を増していって
Particles collide
高速に近い
repeatedly at near light
電運動を始め
speed,
る
gaining mass and energy each time.
それはいわば加速器のようなもの
In other words, it becomes a sort of particle accelerator.
加速器
Particle accelerator? It's literally the same as LHC. I mean, it's not large, but So, if the LHC was created to generate mini black holes, then the phone wave, name subject to change, must also produce mini black holes? Kusu doesn't deny it. Miracle that thing has been so stable. There's still one thing I don't understand. Even if it does produce mini black holes, they should evaporate instantly. But that's not what happens in the phone wave. The jellification phenomenon proves that. Just like in the LHC, our mini black holes are turning into Kerr black holes. According to Titer, you have to inject electrons to produce the Kerr black hole effect. Where do the injected electrons come from? That's what I don't understand. The LHC uses something called a lifter to inject electrons into the black hole and control the gravitational field. Something is filling that role inside the phone wave. Something. Oh, hey, part-time warrior. It's easy to pretend to be someone you're not. Ultimately, however, there's no escaping the contradictions between your false self and the real you. It's a paradox, and paradoxes can't hold. I tried to tell myself that I didn't need anyone, that forming bonds would only hurt. But somehow I ended up joining your circle of friends. I still don't know if it was for the best. No, I'm sure it was. Without you, I would have given up on ever finding my dad. I don't know why I wrote all this. I guess what I'm trying to say is, thanks. We only have one to click on, so... We're sharing confessions now. Be careful to whom you expose your innermost feelings. They may use them against you. That's his way of saying you're welcome. To be fair. It just is. So something. Like I said, I don't know what. So I guess that's what it comes down to. All Kusu's explanation does is confirm our hypothesis that the phone wave, name subject to change, functions the same as the LHC. Looks like we need to review what the LHC does. It's time for our LHC Moe guy to shine. LHC stands for Large Hadron Collider. Hadron? It's the name of an elementary particle. LHC is basically a huge circular tunnel underneath Switzerland and France. It sits about 100 meters below ground and has a total length of 27 kilometers. There are 2 rings that run throughout the tunnel. Inside the rings is a super low temperature vacuum, an environment like outer space. Basically, seriously Moe. Yeah, clearly. In an adjacent facility, protons are gradually accelerated by the linear accelerator, the proton synchronization booster, and the super proton synchrotron. She's going to smile and nod. They go fast. Finally, they're injected into the LHC, where they undergo their final acceleration via a series of superconducting magnets installed in the tunnel. So it's a railgun. It's a particle railgun. And now they're traveling at up to 99.9999991% the speed of light. That's enough to melt your brain. Not as dangerous as the phone wave, though. Finally, the accelerated protons collide approximately 1 to 10 billion times per second, roughly somewhere in that range. The purpose of the LHC, so roughly between 1 and the chances of getting something you're looking for in a gotcha poll times per second. The purpose of the LHC project is to study the high energy reactions that result, or so they say. We know they're a bunch of stinking liars. I guess that about covers it. And that, my fellow lab members, brings us to the question. Can the phone wave, name subject to change, beat CERN to true physical time travel? 2 problems. 1. Setting the destination. 2. The lifter. We've already established that the DML arrives precisely when and where it's supposed to. It's dangerous to accept that without verification. Agreed. As for the lifter, we already know it exists. We just need to figure out what it is. I don't think we're going to find it. The phone wave is not exactly big, you know. We've been poking at it for days without turning up a clue. Even if we do find it, it'll take forever to learn how to tune the electron feed properly. How long is forever? CERN's been working on it for 9 years and they still haven't solved it. We're just amateurs, so it's bound to take even longer. Wait, I have an idea.
ならば
Let's look at it from a different angle. Stern tried to send people back in time, but they couldn't get the electron feed right. The singularities were not naked. It's the same with the phone wave, name subject to change. You can only send 36 bytes of data safely, otherwise you get a jellyman. Let's consider the problem in reverse. What if we could convert a human to data, then compress that data into just 36 bytes? We could send that person through the ring singularity just like an email, couldn't we? Convert a human to data? That's not even possible, man. And even if it were, it'd be like exabytes of data or something. You want to compress that into 36 bytes? Are you high? It is hard to overstate how small 36 bytes is. Like, 36 bytes is nothing. Nothing. Like, the text file that I have on my computer that saves the sort string for the waifu bot is like 4 times that. At least. It's nothing. I thought it was a good idea. I guess it's not that easy. The barriers to time travel are just too high. I turned to Krisu, meaning to ask her opinion, and then I realized that her expression has changed dramatically. Her eyes are wide as saucers, and her mouth is hanging open. Of course. If it works, then maybe. Damn it. Sorry. She pauses for a second, and then maybe we can do it. Do what? Time travel? It's hard to believe what Krisu's saying, even though it was my idea in the first place. Are you serious? Krisu grins triumphantly in response. Data compression part, at least, is easy. We can just use the black holes created by the LHC. Since black holes compress everything they swallow, compression won't harm data like it would harm a human. As long as we're just sending data, there's nothing to worry about. I get it. But wait, can we really pull off such a stunt? Besides, how do you plan to convert humans into data? You know that my thesis got published, right? This is no time to flaunt your accomplishments. Have you read it? I haven't. I've got scans if you want to read it. Daru opens up his image folder, scrolls past a ton of 2D porn. A ton, and opens up the scanned image. In front of Mayuri, Daru, come on. The rest of them can handle it, but Mayuri... Sure enough, there's Krisu's name in big English letters. The title of my thesis is Analysis of Memory-Related Nerve Impulses in the Temporal Lobe. Temporal lobe? Nerve impulses? What, you don't know? No, wait, this can't be right. This title sounds like, neuroscience, not physics. I'm a neuroscientist. Got a problem? What? I can't believe it. From the way she talks about particle accelerators and time travel theory, I was sure she had to be a physicist. No, forget about that. How is this related to time travel? Converting an entire human to data is impossible. But converting a human's memories may be possible. Converting memories to data? Krisu proceeds to explain her thesis. Memories accumulate in something called the parahippocampal gyrus, or hippocampus, which is located in the temporal lobe of the brain. But what exactly are memories? Krisu's thesis analyzes that question from a neuroscientific perspective. All of the brain's functions manifest as electrical signals running through its neurons. Even memories are written to the hippocampus by electrical signals. Krisu analyzed how specific electrical signals correspond to specific memories. The mechanism by which humans recall memories can be likened to a word association game. We begin with a vague, abstract image which calls successive images to increase in clarity. Imagine a chest of drawers. Each drawer is filled with tiny boxes, and inside each box is another bunch of tiny boxes. You keep opening boxes until you find the memory you're looking for.
そんな風に想像してもらえばい
You
い
should discover that the number of retrieval commands, nerve impulses used to search up memories, is surprisingly low. Out of hundreds of millions of nerve impulse patterns in the brain, only a few thousand are related to memory. It was the successful analysis of these patterns that earned Krisu and her research team critical acclaim in the scientific community.
この研究単体だけじゃ
Before you ask how this relates to time travel, there's one more thing I need to explain.
私の通ってる大学
Several years ago, my lab, the Neurophysiology Lab at Victor Andrea University, developed a technology called visual rebuilding, or VR for short. I think somebody else has kind of got I think VR might be a already taken acronym.
簡単に説明すると
Put simply, it enables conversion of video data into nerve impulse signals.
逆に
Used in reverse, it can also convert nerve impulses into video data, or any kind of electronic data.
でこの
So if we combine VR
VR
technology with my research, do you see where I'm going? Yeah, oh boy. No way.
人間の記憶の
We can convert memories into data?
それだけじゃない
Not just that. Memory transplantation, backups, external storage, all of those things become
そういう
possible.
ことができるように
It's
な
like science fiction. In a sense, this technology could be used to copy a person's soul. According to Krisu, some religious groups strongly oppose this research, as you might expect. On the other hand, the medical community is ecstatic about the possibilities. In any case, it's amazing that my assistant here was able to make such an incredible discovery. Of course, she did have a university supporting her, but still. What do you mean, what?
つまりお前は
So
こう言い
basically-
たいのだな
What you're saying is that we convert the subject's memories into video data,
それを
use the LHC's black hole to compress that data into 36 bytes,
電話レンジ各国
send that data to the carrier black hole inside the phone wave, name subject to change,
携帯電話を通して
finally imprint those memories on the subject's brain in the past.
そういうこと
What does that mean?
記憶だけの時
And
間
send
長
our memories back in time.
物理的転送
In
によ
order
る
to
タイムトラベ
differentiate
ル
it
と
from
区
the
別す
physical
るため
time
に
travel, let's call it a
仮にこっちは
time leap for now.
タイムリープ
Man,
を
she
定義しましょうか
just keeps hearing these copyrighted phrases and being like, that's mine now. I made this. Pretty sure Time Leap. Wasn't there what's the name of that show? I never actually watched it, but I'm familiar with it. I don't remember the name of it. It's like an 80s show. Maybe
肉体を
70s?
含めた物理的
You
転
don't
送
go
ではな
back,
く
just your
記憶
memories.
あまりに突飛すぎて
It's so crazy that
誰もま
nobody's
とも
thought
に
of it
考えよう
before.
としなかった方
He's
法
right. The idea is ridiculous, which is exactly why none of the geniuses at CERN could come up with it. But this union of physics, neuroscience, and neurophysiology will make the impossible possible. To transfer memories to the past via cell phone, to time leap.
ポイントは転
The
送するの
important thing to remember is that
記憶だけ
only memories are being transferred.
人格や意識については
Personality and
これに
consciousness
含まない
aren't included.
どういうことだ
What does that mean? How is it different from what you see in sci-fi novels?
SF とかでよくあるタイム
Time
リープ
leaping in
は
sci-fi
意識
usually sends
人
everything.
格記憶の
Consciousness,
全てを跳
personality,
躍
and
している
memory.
でも
Quantum leap, that's
意
the
識
one.
や人格まで含めると
I know of it through references and such, mostly in like other shows that just reference it. I've never actually seen it. Also, hey, Blitzilla, welcome to Piperland chat. I'll have to look into it. Like, I'm aware of it existing, but I've never seen an episode. But in real life, there's probably too much data, and besides, we only analyze memories.
意識人格と
Think of consciousness, personality, and memory as separate things.
記憶はコンピューターで
Memories are like the video data
画像
stored
デ
on
ー
your
タや
computer,
それに対して
and consciousness and personality are like the OS.
容量ってことなら
Videos can take up way more space than the OS.
あくまで例えよ
It's just an example.
そもそも
For starters, it's still not clear where personality and consciousness are located or how they are connected.
だからそれを
So we can't convert them into data, or at least
少な
I
くとも
can.
私には
記憶だけの
So we can only send memories. Where does that leave us?
パーソナリティは記憶だ
If
けで形
memories
成さ
aren't
れ
the
るわ
only
けじゃ
thing
な
that
い
define you, even if you send your memories to the past, it will be the receiving you's consciousness and personality that process them.
マインドーズで言うと
So, in Mindor's terms, it's like copying data from a Vista computer to a Min 95 computer. Yes, Windows 95. The most widely used operating system in the world. Mindors. Mindors 95. I know my computer runs on Mindors 10 right now. Yep. No, every time we right click, we might as well just save. We're already here. Data created with the latest OS might not work on an older OS. It might cause errors. For example, if you sent your current memories to yourself in elementary school, the gap between your memories and your body could have serious consequences. Anyway, is it correct to assume that we'll be targeting ourselves in the past? Yusu nods at my question. Just like with D-mail, we're using cell phones as the transfer medium. To be precise, you can only leap into your own body, and only if you had a cell phone at the time of reception. There was an exception in Lukako's case where we sent a D-mail to a pager, but that doesn't apply to time loop. If you try sending memories to someone else, how do I put this? It's a danger that the electrical signals might be rejected. Wouldn't want to jump into someone else's body. I mean, unless it's the body of a cute girl. Thanks, Daru. Is this guy capable of a non-perverted thought? Don't ooh me, you idiot. If it just bounces off, that's fine. But I'm worried incompatible memory data might do serious damage to the recipient's psyche. Don't know what might happen. No one's done it before, after all. That makes us pioneers. I like it. There are two things I do know. One, you definitely cannot go back before you were born. Yeah. And two, you won't exist in two places at once. That means you don't have to worry about causing a time paradox. You can't kill your parents before you were born. So the phones act like black and white holes. Seems like a strange coincidence that cell phones would be the medium of time travel. But really, could it have been anything else? These days, people wear their phones like a second skin. No other medium could reliably deliver the memories to their intended target. The more I think about it, the more I realize that it was meant to be, yes. From the moment somebody invented a cell phone, it was inevitable that we'd be able to send memories through time to that cell phone. It was inevitable. I whipped out my phone and placed it in my ear. It's me. Everything is falling into place. The plan can now proceed to the final stage. I'm talking about Operation Rotandi, obviously. Christina had me fooled. I never knew she was capable of this. It must have been the choice of Steins Gate that sent her here. Don't worry, I have everything under control. Nothing can stop us now. Who's me? El Sai Kanguru. Yes, all according to Keikaku, clearly. I put away my phone and turned to Kusu. Were you listening? Good. Commence preparations for Operation Rotandi. First, explain what that is. We're going to build your time loop machine, Christina, and you'd better not say it can't be done, not after showing me the way. Well, it is Akihabara. I should be able to find the parts I need. Then it's decided. I'm placing you in charge of this operation. Whatever you need, ask, and it shall be yours. Together, we shall complete the first time leap machine in human history. That one, you'd have that, yeah. Definitely the first time leap machine. Kisu nods. Her eyes are shining with a fierce, hungry light. As I thought, she's a scientist to the core. We were mostly since I get the anime, so I've never seen the actual visual novel. Yeah, I really like it. It's hard to find this version, because there's an updated version that used the anime's visuals, so it has actual besides the anime look, some of the scenes are straight up animated. And it looks pretty good, but I played it first with this style, and I really like it, but it's hard to find this bit. It was harder to find this, that's why I'm playing on PC. I wanted to do it on PS4. You cannot get the OG version of PS4, only Elite. Don't get me wrong, I really like the anime. Agree, this has got its own style. Also, hey Potions, welcome to my playing with chat. The anime is still great, and I'm definitely going to show the anime on the Discord after we finish the streaming of this, just in case people want to see the shorter, condensed, how it looks animated. Cool. But, like, I really like the style a lot. Kusu and Daru go home, leaving me with Mayuri. I thought she was hard at work on her costume, but when I look, I find her staring at the wall. Her hands have stopped moving. It is a great aesthetic, yeah. Mayuri, you're not going home? She usually doesn't stay this late. Her parents might be worried.
あのね
I was thinking about what Okarine and Christian were talking about earlier. I was trying to figure out what the things you said meant, but it was all so complicated. I didn't get any of it.
ただね
The only thing I get is that something amazing is going to happen.
いかにも
Indeed.
人
The world is about to change, and we shall be the ones to lead humanity into the future.
そう
眩しい
You're shining, Okarine.
眩しい
Shining? What does that mean?
なオカリンもクリスチャンも
Shining. Christian, too. Like two bright stars in the sky.
それはこの
That must be my aura of madness you're sensing.
狂気のオーラだろう。
あのね
You know, it's been 10 days since Christian joined us. Can I tell you how I've been
ク
feeling?
リスチャンがラボメン
Since Christian became a lab man, it feels like things have really started to happen. Like we're a real lab now, you know? I must admit, her knowledge has been a great asset.
そして
Of course, the girl genius would never have joined us if not for the cunning of Hoyo and Kyomo.
だからね
That's why you're shining so bright now,
ク
Okarine.
リスチャンは
Christian is really a big help to you, I know.
でもね
But I can't do
マユ
anything
シ
to
は
help.
あんまり
Mayuri looks depressed.
マユシ
I wish I were smart too, then maybe I could help.
もうゆり
Mayuri? She's never expressed such sentiments before. Is she jealous of Krisu's talents? Is there competition brewing in the lab? I sigh and walk to the window. I can't see many stars in the sky.
前り
Mayuri,
今日は
aren't you going to look at the
星を見ない
stars? Mayuri comes up beside me. We lean out the window together. It's only 9 p.m., but Akiba is already still and silent, save for the occasional car trundling by. Trundling is a fun word. Back when the lab just started, before Daru-kun joined, it was like this a lot, wasn't it? All quiet, just the two of us.
ああそうだな
Yeah, it was. Daru joined the lab in early May. Before that, he was unwilling to join, no matter how I tried to convince him. Then he learned that the lab was just 3 minutes away from May Queen Nyan, and suddenly he was all Future Gadget Lab, hell yeah! But for about a month and a half after the lab's founding, it was just me and Mayuri, all alone.
マユシは
Can Mayushi stay here? Is it really
これから
okay?
もここにいても
Mayuri looks at me with uncertainty in her eyes. I meet her gaze firmly, then bop her lightly on the head.
くだらないことを言うな
Don't be ridiculous.
前ゆりは
All you need to do
こ
is
こにいる
stay.
だけでいい
いるだけ
Just stay.
お前がいなかったら
Without you, the lab would be a much less friendly place.
特に俺と助手は
You see how Krisu and I argue? We can be pretty stubborn, and sometimes we don't know when to stop.
だが
When it starts to get out of hand, Mayuri, you're always there with some ditzy, irrelevant comment to break the tension.
殺伐さが
The
中
man
和されるの
means
が
well. The man means well.
うーん
Are you praising me?
もちろん褒めている
Of course I am.
何も案ず
Don't
る
worry about a thing. Just know that you too are part of my plan.
俺にとっては
Ah,
計
he's
算のうちなのだからな
he's something. You missed the most awkward scene in this game. Good for you. It was earlier.
そっかありがとう
Okay, thanks, Okarine. Mayuri smiles in relief, and then her stomach rumbles. Relatable.
お腹すいちゃ
I'm starving. I'll warm up some canned Odin. Do you want some too?
あもら
You're
う
curious? Huh. It's a character in this game who is a male character who is very effeminate and dresses effeminate, speaks effeminate, to the point where when people aren't told, they're like, that's just a cute girl. That's just a cute girl. That's just a cute girl. Yusu is straight up envious of like, I wish I could be that cute. They send a D-mail, which can change the past, and it changes that. But since they looked the same, it's not like they got a giant chest all of a sudden or anything. Abe was unaware of that change. When he's like, no, that's a boy. You guys all know this. We've all talked about this before. That's a boy. Their reaction to it was to grab Luca and feel for a package. Krisu beats the shit with a book for it. It's awkward. That's the SparkNotes version. It's way more awkward. But, you know, He's a bit of an asshole. Also gonna go product of its time. Don't endorse treating people like that. He should definitely, no matter what point you're trying to prove, grab someone's groin. Doesn't matter the reason. That's don't. Unless somebody's looking at you and says, please, go ahead, grab me. Even then, in public, you know. No, it didn't.
じゃあちょっと待っててね。
Coming right up. Don't worry, that's the most awkward thing. But we haven't gotten to depression yet. Soon, we are chowing down on piping hot Odin. The next day, Mayuri and I go shopping at Radicon. We have a list written by Krisu of parts for the time leap machine. Naturally, I'm paying for everything out of my own pocket. Krisu and Daru have already started work on the upgrades. Apparently, the conversion of memories into digital data requires software developed at Krisu's lab in America. You can download that software from their dedicated server. It's not the only thing we need. There's also some kind of brain scanning headgear that we're going to have to make ourselves. Incidentally, I have to pay extra close attention to make sure Mayuri doesn't wander off while we're shopping. If she sees some random store that interests her, she'll literally stop and stare at it for hours. I keep walking, of course, and only later realize that she's not behind me. And I have to run from store to store looking for her. This must be how parents of small children feel. Anyway, this is nothing new. Mayuri has always been like this.
頼むから俺についてこい。
I'm begging you, stick with me. If you get lost in this labyrinth of technology, you'll never escape. Not with your sense of direction. Okie dokie, I'll be careful.
気をつけてね。おかえり。
By the way, how is time leaping different from time travel?
どっち
Did she really hear what I just said about not wandering off? Besides, Krisu already explained the difference yesterday.
タイムトラベルは
Time travel means your whole body travels through time. The time leap will only send your memories to the past.
記
It's
憶だ
simple.
けが時間を飛び越えることと覚えればいい。
Just memories, no personality or consciousness included. Although Krisu did mention that there was no way to be sure what might happen to your consciousness. Oh?
あのね、
Who discovered
じゃ
a way to time
あ、E
leap?
メールと
Does that mean you can do things with time leaps that you can't do? Well, to be fair, we discovered a hypothetical way to
過去
do
へ
it.
指示できるだけだった。
What about time slipping?
過去は変わるかもしれないし、
Females can only send instructions to the past. The past may change or it may not. The results are unpredictable and depend on the recipient.
それに
Excuse me.
過去が
And when the past does change, the world line is
変える前の記
reconfigured.
憶は失われる。
Everyone loses
世
their
界
old
線が再
memories.
構成されるからだ。
Yep, the
それに
exception.
対して
Whoops.
タイムリープだ。
Thanks to reading Steiner. Yep. With the time leap, on the other hand, you can give your past self not just instructions, but all of the memories you have right now. Or at least that's the idea.
はずだ。
We won't know for sure if it works until the machine is built.
えっと、
Could we send the costume I'm making back to last week? I would love to have another week to prepare for Komi and Ma.
今までの時間を1週間分稼げて、マユシ大勝利。
Fabric is not memories, Mayuri. I'm sorry.
タイムトラベルなら
That might be possible with the time travel, but not with time leaping. British man from the 1980s who slipped through time by accident. Well, see, that's forward. This is going back. This is exclusively a backwards thing.
2日前に受けたテストの
And
答え
you
を知ってい
specifically
る
send
状
your
態で
memories into a past version of yourself.
だが
Not mentioning anything in particular. Oh, yeah, no. Say you had a test last week. Now that you know the answers, you could send that knowledge to yourself and ace the test. But you couldn't go back and hand yourself a cheat sheet.
じゃあ、
So Mayushi's mind goes into Mayushi 1 week ago.
そういうことだ。
Or send a sandwich back in time. Should take up less than 32. Ah, well played. Well played. Exactly. While this conversation has been going on, I've been steadily purchasing items from Krisu's shopping list.
物は持っていけ
You
ない
can't
けど
bring stuff, but you can bring your memories. I get it.
でも
A chili sandwich.
1週
Then,
間前
what
に
about Mayushi 1 week ago? Where did her memories go?
上書きされるのでは
I assume they get overwritten. We haven't tested it though, so there's no way to be sure.
消えちゃうってこと
She
消え
disappears?
たとしても
Your memories right now include your memories from back then, so even if she does disappear, you don't really
記
lose
憶が
anything.
上書きされ未来の1週間分の記憶が追
I
加され
guess you
る
could say you're just adding your memories from 1 week in the future.
じゃあね、じゃあね
Then if Mayushi's memories leap into Mayushi 1 week ago, what happens to Mayushi now?
そし
Mayuri is asking some pretty philosophical questions today, but I guess anyone would ask the same. Mayushi's memories jump to the past, but my body's still here, right? What happens to me when my memories go bye-bye? So if anybody's played the game Soma, yes. Yes. Yes, Rose. However, they joke on how many bites it would take to finish a sandwich. And, you know, bite. I got you. You got the logical side of things. Robin was making a joke. Yeah. This sandwich would take up less than 32 bites to eat. Bites. You become an empty shell. No, that can't be right. That wouldn't make sense. My assistant's device merely records your memory data. In other words, it's just a backup. Your original memories are still inside you. Oh no, I got you. Nothing inside the brain is lost. You don't become an empty shell. Besides, neither personality nor consciousness is transferred to begin with. Your body shouldn't become an empty shell, and your consciousness shouldn't leave either. No, wait. Damn it. There's another issue here. Actually, won't you become a new Mayuri? One who received memories from the future 1 week ago? Not that anybody, including me, would be able to tell the difference. Then, does the Mayushi who had the normal memories before the time leap get erased by the Mayushi who repeated the week with extra memories? She's asking some big questions right now. This is getting complicated. Yes. That's right, she's erased. In other words, you relive the week. You can do things the same, or you could do something completely different. And you'll keep your old memories of the week that disappeared. Then does that mean... The questions keep coming. She's very excited about this. She's trying hard to understand in her own ditzy way. So, I redo the week, okay, but what if I decide to go to Ikebukuro with my friends instead of coming to the lab today? What happens to the Mayushi talking with Ocarine now? 32 bites sometimes? Fair enough. That's reasonable. Good sandwiches. The present would change to match the past, and this conversation would never happen. Oh, and you wouldn't notice the difference, Ocarine? Wait, no one would notice. Take large bites. That would be kinda sad. For who? Me? No. For Mayushi. I don't get what she means. Maybe that's why Christian doesn't want to change the past. Yeah, no, she's actually got the long and the short of it. She nods to herself. To be fair, she has explained exactly why she doesn't want to change the past, but I think it just went over Mayuri's head. She nods to herself with a bright smile. Well, okay, no, her reasoning was more like, how do I know what's right and wrong? Why should I be able to dictate what gets changed in the past? That was more her deal. Oh, I just thought of something. Can you time leap into the future? Oh, hey, here you go. We'll see. Maybe, but there wouldn't be a point. Unless you're a rock man from 1980s, I guess. Krisu and I reached that conclusion yesterday. The memories you send overwrite the memories at your destination. If you send your memories 1 week into the future, then the future you would lose 1 week of memories. The whole point of our time leap machine is to affect past events. We don't need to worry about the future. Besides, you're less likely to reach the future than you are the past. That's because the future is inherently unpredictable. For example, you think you'll have the same phone number for all eternity? How should I know? Exactly my point. Remember, pagers became obsolete with the advent of cell phones. Similarly, our phones may be replaced by some other device in the future. In order for the time leap to succeed, the target you must have a phone whose number you know. As long as that condition is met, there should never be a problem with setting the destination. The real problem is what inside the phone wave, name subject to change, is acting as the lifter. Until we figure that out, we can't reproduce the discharge phenomenon at will. The phone wave, name subject to change, will remain incomplete. On the other hand, if we can figure it out, we'll have an endless source of electrons that, unlike CERNs, need no tuning. I'm exhilarated. The phone wave, name subject to change, is evolving by the day. Our invention of the time leap machine will put us light years ahead of CERN. Time travel will finally become a reality. I can't wait to try it out. My soul yearns for the taste of chaos. I barely managed to keep from bursting out in mad laughter. Come to think of it, more than 1 week has passed since we sent the first D-mail. And although there was that strange threatening email, there remains no sign of Men in Black coming to haul us away. According to Daru, CERN hasn't discovered our hacking either. The next problem is, what will happen when we use the time machine? In order to compress a human's entire wealth of memory into the requisite 36 bytes, you have to borrow the LHC's black holes. I can't believe that CERN won't notice an unauthorized activation of the LHC. How do we keep them from finding us? We need a plan.
そっか。
Oh, I guess I can't go back to grade school, can I? I didn't have a phone back then. Mayuri is still thinking about the time leap.
お前は小学
Want
生
to
の
go back to your
頃の
elementary school days? Yeah, I know exactly how you feel.
気持ちは
If you repeat elementary school with the knowledge you have now, you'll get top grades and have an easy time bending children to your will. Yeah, and I thought maybe I could see Grandma again. Most of that, I imagine.
そうか
See, I'm afraid that's not
残
possible.
念だったな
Mayuri's grandmother passed away when Mayuri was in elementary school. Yeah, it's too bad, but I guess I don't really need to see her.
おばあちゃんの言葉
I still remember her words, her smile, and her wrinkly hand patting my head.
だからね
Well, even if I don't see her again, I'm okay.
それよりもね
What I really want to see is the little Ocarine again. Back then, I was already a scientist without equal, a titan towering above the other children.
そんな
You can hardly be blamed for desiring to meet the child prodigy who would one day be feared as the great mad scientist Hoyo in Kyoma.
会いたいのは
I don't want to meet Hoyo in What's-His-Face, I want to meet Ocarine. Ooh, Mayuri just like, stop it. I am Hoyo in Kyoma, always have been, always will be. Mayuri just doesn't get it. So I disregard her comment.
だがやめておけ
And there's no point. You haven't matured at all since that time. So nothing would change if you went back to elementary school anyway. Wow.
仮に今小学生に
Hey, that's not true. Mayushi's all grown up now.
食べる量が増えたぐらい
The
だ
only thing that's grown is how much you eat. I'm glad he didn't say that one out loud. And your breast size.
そんなことないの
That's not true. Mayushi's a real woman now. Real woman. Kind of want to hear the details, but she probably doesn't know what she's talking about.
それよりもね
Besides, I think Okarine's the one who hasn't changed since then.
当時から止まったままだと思う
Ooh. Yeah. Very much true.
だから何でも言っているだろう
Isn't that what I said? I was already a genius mad scientist when you
当時の
met
時点で
me.
すでに完成されていたのだとな
The shopkeeper shoots me a glare. Guess this isn't the best place for maniacal laughter. If it isn't, then where is? Better get those parts and head back to the lab. We finish our shopping and come out in front of the station.
そういえば参るよ
By the way, Mayuri, have you not been working recently?
バイト
Working? You mean at Limine? Of course, Make Me Nyan Nyan doesn't exist in the current wholesome Akiba.
あのね
Kamino's coming up, so I'm taking a few days off.
頑張って
I've got costumes to make.
今年は一体何着
How many costumes are you making this year?
3着
3. One for Kaide-chan, one for Fubuki-chan, and then there's one for Luka-chan.
でもってルカちゃんの分
I wonder if Lukako is still refusing to wear it. I can hardly blame him. I mean, however cute he looks, he's still a guy. Except he's not. No, wait, that was before we sent the email. Now Lukako's a girl. I guess. How confusing. Ah, it's Moeka-san.
何
What? I look where Mayuri is pointing and see Moeka squatting by the staircase, staring hard at her cell phone. She looks more tired than the last time I saw her. There are bags under her eyes and her hair is frayed. The intensity of her expression makes me hesitate to call out to her. She'll probably just ignore me like before. On the other hand, she is a lab mem. I can't just ignore her.
そこの指圧しよ
Hey, Finger, why the long face, eh?
トゥットゥルー萌香さん
Moeka-san, what are you doing here? Yep, Moeka doesn't look up. She mutters something that I can't make out.
はーい
Hey, are you listening? If you have a problem, the insane mad scientist Hoyo in Kyoma will gladly assist.
もっとも
But be warned, by the time I'm through, Akiba will be an ocean of blood. Of course. Monika suddenly jerks upright as if poked with an electric prod. She lifts her head and stares at me with wide eyes, then jumps to her feet and walks right up to me. This is the first time I've seen Monika express such emotion. What is it? What's wrong? She doesn't speak. That hasn't changed. Instead, she looks down and starts typing on her phone. Guess I should be ready for a mail. What happened to the time machine, Monika? What do you mean? What happened? Oh, damn it. Are you still using it? Did you figure out how it works? We don't fully understand it yet. We're in the middle of upgrading it. So, just because every time I'm in the menu, let's just keep saving. It's amazing. This time we might even be able to time leap. What's a time leap? Tell me more, Monika. Don't write anything about it, otherwise we'll have to expel you from the lab. Monika shakes her head violently. Guess she won't write an article. Hacking of CERN has uncovered a new possibility for the phone wave, name, subject, and change. It's a form of time travel made possible by borrowing CERN's equipment. This discovery will begin a new age of human civilization. No longer will men be slaves to time. Any future you desire can be yours. And history will record that we, the Future Gadget Laboratory, changed the world forever. Ocarine? That's really confusing. You lost Mayushi. How can you not be moved by my speech? I'm talking about becoming legends here. Monika bites her lip and types out a mail in irritation. Then she grabs my arm and digs in her fingernails. It hurts. Unhand me. But Monika doesn't listen. It's a time leap, Monika. The time leap is a way to send your memories to the past. We found a way to make that possible. Soon we will complete the machine and become the undisputed lords of time. Time Lord, if you will. Ocarine came up with the idea, and Christian told us how to do it. Darukun's helping, and Mayushi and Ocarine are shopping. Monika suddenly releases me. Her eyes are blank, unfocused. She squats down on the spot, just as we found her. She seems entirely drained of energy and will. Are you okay, Moeka-san? Do you feel sick? Another answer. That's amazing. You've made a real breakthrough. Congratulations. When will it be finished? I can't be sure. There are still several problems remaining. If they don't give us too much trouble, I guess we'll have it done in a week. On the other hand, we can't do anything until they're solved. Everything is the choice of Steins Gate. I have faith there exists a path to success. And once the door is opened, the chaos for which I have so longed shall at least descend upon the earth. Trumpets will sound from the highest heaven, and the final battle, Ragnarok, will begin. Who are you fighting, Ocarine? The organization, of course. Their rule must end once and for all. Wow! Don't do anything dangerous, okay? Why does Mayuri insist on worrying about me? Oh, Mika's lips curve into a smile. That's the closest she's got to a smile. We're just gonna roll with it. She raises to her feet unsteadily, then staggers off into the crowd. It's like she's forgotten about us completely. Mayuri and I can only watch her go. There's an indescribable aura about her that holds us back. What do you think is wrong with Moeka-san? I've known she was kind of strange ever since I met her, but this? The most not smile of a portrait, yep. Maybe she's an escaped mental patient or something. Not that her insanity can possibly compare to mine, for I desire nothing less than total and absolute chaos. The extra juice he gives that laugh is just so good. Wow, now Okarine's acting weird. To be fair, no he's not. He's acting like Ocarine. Mayushi's worried. Mayushi looks scared, so I ceased my maniacal laughter a few minutes earlier than planned. Minutes. Afterwards, Mayuri and I go our separate ways. She apparently has to deliver a costume to her friend Fubuki. When I return to the lab with my spoils of war, something surprising, though not too surprising, come to think of it, catches my eye. I think for a vocal point of view, he does better in the anime. Though it's not exactly bad here. Ah, Krisu is on the computer. As soon as she notices I return, she quickly closes the window on the screen. Hey, think you could knock? This isn't your room. Besides, I'd have to be a fool to knock. There could be assassins lying in ambush. Absolutely. Assassins here? Are you stupid? Anyway, Christina, what were you looking at just now? I already know the answer, of course. I caught a glimpse of the screen before she closed it. I was doing research. Fubuki-chan and Kaide-chan praised me for the cosplay I made them this time. I'm really happy. So, do we respond about Fubuki and Kaide, or the cosplay? Who knows? This time I'll actually remember to respond. Got 2 for cosplay. Alright, cosplay it is. You really like making costumes, huh? What made you so passionate about cosplay anyway? That's the least of the... That's actually like normal. Damn hiccups. Yeah, doing research. Looks like she plans to continue this charade. I drop my bags and go to the computer. Stay back! I slip past Krisu's blocking arms and restore the minimized window. That's what we knew the whole time. She browses 4chan. Got a problem? Hey, what's with that this is awful, ruffle laughter? No fear, Christina, or should I call you @Channeler Chris? Don't call me that. I already knew. That's right, I realized long ago that you were an @Channeler. You can't hide it from me, you reek of @Channel corruption. How rude, I make sure to apply light perfume every day. Oh, that's not what I meant. I'm talking about the scent of your soul. Yeah, 4chan corrupts your soul. My soul, what's that supposed to mean? Explain. Well, you keep making stupid internet meme references, so we kinda knew. Why? So you can learn how to hide it? Shut up, just explain already. There's nothing to explain. We use @Channel memes in conversation. I'd have to be stupid not to notice. Feels bad, man. That's an @Channel meme too. Your soul is tainted with the essence of @Channel. You cannot hide it, not in such close proximity to another who uses @Channel memes in actual conversation. Your souls resonate. That's it. It's all Hashida's fault. Sure. But it's cute how you try to hide it @Channeler Chris. Don't call me that. She glares at me hard. If looks could kill. Oh, if looks could kill, he would have died, like, chapter 1. She has no sense of humor at all. I should be more careful in the future. We're 5 chapters into this game, and this is the first time he is saying these words. 5 chapters in. Just saying. I don't understand. You were raised in America, so how were you so familiar with @Channel? You can browse @Channel from America. Need I say more? Ah, I get it. Living in an English-only environment made you hungry for Japanese. But did you have to resort to @Channel? I mean, if you believe the pseudo-intellectuals on the media, browsing @Channel is like reading scribbles on the bathroom wall. I mean, it's not wrong, except there's pictures attached. Sure, it's not the friendliest place, but I couldn't find anywhere that felt more Japanese. Whoa, that's kind of scathing, actually. Anyway, can I ask you a favor? What is it? Yusu turns away and mumbles something, but her voice is so low I can't make it out. You have something to say it! Yusu turns bright red, but her sullen expression doesn't change. Don't tell anyone else about this. What difference does it make? Dara's the most hardcore @channeler who ever lived, and Mayuri's an otaku too. Even I browse that channel regularly. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Just boldly write hobbies, browsing @channel on your resume. I think she's got more prestigious things to put on her resume. Not a chance, you idiot. What? You mean you'd rather post anchors on VIP? What? To link to a specific post on a message board usually is a reply. It's done by typing. Of course. Sometimes people engage in anchor play, a game where the post will leave a decision to whoever posts with the indicated post number. Usually chosen 20 to 30 posts beforehand. For example, 1000 gets to name my firstborn. Newsflash VIP board, although also takes me for the discussion of news stories, is currently dominated by idle chat threads. Yeah, that's the internet. Alright, cool. Well, you know, we already clicked. Might as well save. I'm honestly just worried in case the power goes out. I hate myself for understanding those words. Whatever. If it will help you focus on the time leap machine, I'll keep your secret for now. Besides, it's just a matter of time before you make another mistake and reveal your true colors. You don't have to worry about me. Remember that I represented my entire laboratory when we presented our research, even though there were men twice my age on the project. I'm an expert at dealing with people. I'll have no trouble keeping it a secret. Nullpo. What? An old @channel term, first seen in the programming board 2003, short for null point exception, which is an error seen in the Java programming language, and somebody announces nullpo, the correct response is to smack them in the head and say, gah. Well. No! Yusu's face gets even redder, and then she falls to her hands and knees in defeat. Orbits. What? An ideograph depicting a person on all fours. O is the head, R is the arms, torso, Z is the feet. Oh. Okay. Typically used to express despair, dejection, or frustration. There's no set way to pronounce it. People may pronounce it as orts, ors, or ors. Huh. Okay. Yes, what you said, Rose. Definitely what you said. Just as I thought, @channel is in her blood and bones. She doesn't have a prayer. Once the memes have taken hold, there's nothing you can do about it. As the night fell, we tried to activate the phone wave, name subject to change again, but as expected, the discharge did not occur. Oh, hey, Mayuri. You forgot, it all started when you asked for a costume of Koryujiro, the flame user from King of Histories. Remember? I thought it looked great on you, but you only wore it once. Such a waste. Aww. Mayuri is at her sewing machine, putting some finishing touches on a costume. She got back earlier this evening, after delivering a different costume to her friend, Fubuki-chan. She's been working on this costume ever since. Come to think of it, she usually heads home around 7 or 8, but not today. She's still hard at work. Mayuri, go home before it gets too late. Your parents will worry. It's okay, I'm gonna stay the night. Really? She's never done that before. Yeah, I already told Mom and Dad. You staying to work in your costumes? It won't be done in time for Kamima if I don't. I'm surprised your parents let you stay. I've met her parents any number of times. There's Ditsu's Mayuri. But still, I don't think they'd appreciate their underage daughter staying overnight in this dirty lab. Must be my overwhelming charisma. No, wait, that makes me sound like a good person, so that can't be it. Of course, Mayuri's parents are so afraid of my insanity that they sent me their only daughter as a hostage. Reported. She's just leaning into it now. Yusu calls out from the development room. She's been tinkering with the phone wave, name subject to change, but I guess she was listening. What would you do if I called the cops on you? I unleash my right arm on traitors, Christina. Yeah, Chinibio, whatever.
あのね、
I told Mom and Dad that Krishan would be here. Then they said okay.
それってつまり
Wait,
私
so
も
I have to
泊まれ
stay too? Yup. Don't you have to work on the phone way?
まあそうだけど
Yes, but I don't relish the thought of spending the night here. At least not with a certain somebody around.
環境というのは大
Clearly
事
she
な
means Mayuri, but just don't tell Mayuri. Environment matters, Christina. This is a place of science and reason, so you should have no trouble concentrating on your work. Trust the great Hoyuin Kyoma.
それに
Also, it may surprise you to learn that I have equipped this lab with a system that stimulates brain functions.
つまり
So if you were wondering where my incredible genius comes from, now you know. It's because I sleep in this room every night.
脳内物質を活性化
This
させる
stimulation
システ
system
ム
of yours, I assume it's been dumping toxic waste in your brain?
工場排水
You
の
sound like an environmentalist, zombie.
ゾンビよ
Mayushi knows. You're talking about that,
き
right?
っとあれじゃないかな。
Chrissy comes out of the development room to check what Mayuri is pointing at.
これって
This is an air freshener. Okurin said the smell makes you smarter. He bought it at Akibao. When was that?
おかり。
半年ほど前の
About 6 months ago. It was on sale for 500 yen.
岡部の話って
I'm starting to think even you don't believe the stuff you say.
しかもこれ
Besides, this air freshener is
空っぽに
empty.
なってるし
Yeah, when I went to buy replacement packs, they'd already stopped selling them.
まあいいわ
Well, whatever. I was planning to stay either way. I'll join you,
まゆり
Mayuri.
さん好き
Really? That's great.
ただし
On one condition.
岡部は出ていくこ
Abe
と
leaves. Me leave? I practically live
い
here.
るようなものなの
This lab was promised to me by Steins Gate. It's the dwelling place of my soul.
魂の居場所
Is
なのだ
Mayushi okay? Tell her to have fun at Kamimon for me. I don't think I can go this year. Yeah, I just don't have the energy, Nya. I'm completely burned out. I can hear a voice shouting, "Get up, Joe!" Nya. Somewhere. Someone save me. The world is collapsing. Nya. So we got energy, save, collapsing. Where do we go? What do we do? Collapsing. Alright. You're messing with me again, aren't you? Stop making me worry. Aw, he worries.
女子2人が泊まるって
You
言っ
girls
て
are
るんだ
staying
から
here overnight, so you filthy boys need to show respect.
それ
Your
に
home isn't even
あ
that
んた
far
って
from
実
here,
家は
right?
遠くないんでしょ
おかりんはね。
Okurin lives close to Mayushi in Ikebukuro.
電車で30分も
That's
か
less
から
than
ないじゃ
30
ない
minutes by train. Anyway, I'm not going to need your help tonight, so just go home like a good boy, okay?
だが断る
But I refuse.
まさか
What? Are you planning to molest us? I mean, that accusation carries a lot more weight considering what happened earlier tonight, but
黙れ
got a
全部に
Mongolian
ご飯が
spot.
残るし
残ってない
I don't have a Mongolian
前にもそ
spot,
れ言
and
われ
when
た
did
が
you see my
あん
butt
たいつ
anyway?
私のお尻を確かめた
年下の女子2人だけ
You can't leave two young girls here alone. Minors need guardians.
おかりんも未
But Okurin's a minor
あ
too.
と1年半もしない
I'll be 20 in less than a year and a half. In other words, Steins Gate has decided I'm an adult.
選択的に言えば成人
いや
I'm
それは
pretty sure that
つまり
makes you a
未成年
minor just like us.
クリスちゃんクリスちゃん
Krishan, I don't think Okurin would do anything bad.
だってね。
I mean, we've been together for more than 10 years and he hasn't molested me once.
でも人質に
He
され
took you
たことはある
hostage,
んでし
didn't
ょ
he? Yup. Actually, I'm still his hostage.
強制退出させる
We
べき
should
ね
kick him out of the room. I sigh deeply and place a hand on my forehead.
あまり俺を失望
You
させる
disappoint me, Christina.
クリスティ科学研究の
This lab is a place of science. We are above such petty concerns as sex. If you must speak of these vulgarities, then I'll have to ask you and your Mongolian spot to leave.
そのような下世話な話題をしたいのだお前こそ
Looks like that was
今
enough
す
to
ぐ出てい
convince
くがいい
Krisu.
もうご飯
Oh, I'm sure it was. That did it. Suddenly, just oh, you're right. She gives me a fine gesture. She returns to the development room.
あそうか
So Christina really does have a birthmark on her, but
ねえよ
no. After working on the phone wave, name subject to change, for about an hour, I head to a convenience store to buy dinner. Daru hasn't shown his face at all today. He must be busy with that part-time job. I still don't know what he's doing exactly. Probably something that utilizes his super hacker skills. I just hope he steers clear of the law. While walking, I skim Ad Channel on my phone. Tater hasn't shown up lately. I think it's been a week since his last appearance. I've been reluctant to contact him ever since he called me the Messiah in his last email. That's about the same time he stopped posting. Now, at Channel's denizens are busy slandering Tater. The majority opinion is that he ran away. I wonder where Tater went. I tried emailing him the other day, but he hasn't replied. His disappearance is especially worrying now that I think he might be Suzuha's dad. I need to contact him somehow. Just then, a mail arrives. Oh, you know too much. It feels as if a cold hand stroked my spine. I hug myself, shuddering at the sight. I delete the email immediately. It's happening again. This is bad. Really bad. This is a threat. Was it sent by the organization? By CERN? Does CERN know what we've been doing? Should I report it to the police? Wait, I can't. I just deleted it. And in any case, a picture alone probably isn't enough to get the police involved. Still, maybe I should talk to someone. But who? Not the girls. I can't worry them with this. I'm the adult here, after all. What about Moeka? No, she may be a lab man, but she's been acting weird lately. Even if I tell her about this, she won't be any use. Suzuha has her father to worry about. I guess that leaves Daru. I need to find out whether CERN has discovered our hacking. What would CERN do if they did find out, I wonder? They wouldn't have us killed, would they? Despite my efforts to convince myself that this is just a prank, my feet hurry me back to the lab. Nothing like vaguely threatening emails from mysterious senders, you know. I burst into the lab, gasping for air, and quickly lock the door behind me. Finally, I can catch my breath. But just then I realize that something's wrong. Mayuri and Krisu aren't here. Did they go home? No, their bags are still here. The lights are still on. The door, when I entered just now, it was unlocked. Would they be so careless? The memory of that threatening email fills me with fear. Don't tell me, were they kidnapped? Who took them? The organization? CERN? And then I hear a noise. Is that the shower? The lab has a shower inside the dressing room. I definitely didn't just drop something. You can't prove it. There's no bath, but we can't afford such luxuries, and it's too small to fit more than one person inside. Now I hear the sound of water running. I recall the famous scene from Hitchcock's Psycho. No. Fresh blood mixing into the water and flowing down the drain. The corpses of two girls sprawled out naked on the tile. The second those images flash through my head, I slam open the door to the shower room. Is everyone okay? What are you doing? No peeking, Ocarine. Through the steam, I see the wet, naked bodies of the two girls. Mayuri squats down, while Krisu bashfully twists her body, trying desperately to hide her unmentionables. Are their faces red because of the heat, or embarrassment, I would say? Ooh, you're still alive! I'll say, hey Fear, welcome to everybody in the chat. I wiped the cold sweat off my brow and sighed deeply. Don't scare me like that. What are you guys doing packed into that tiny shower anyway? Krisu shoots me a deadly glare. Get out, you bird! Well, in his defense, he straight up was just like, oh man, I'm actually just really relieved you guys are okay. He wasn't like, oh damn. He was like, oh, you're alive. Okay. I dodge a bar of soap aimed at my face, then quickly flee the dressing room. Well, I suppose that was my fault. Why is she sad? I feel kind of dirty. Oh no. You're gonna regret this. I'll never forgive you. Damn it, it was just a small misunderstanding. I mean, why the hell did they decide to take a shower together when they knew I was coming right back? It's like they wanted to be... Okay, well, Krisu especially. After all that talk about not wanting to spend the night with me around, she sure dropped her guard awfully fast. Heck yeah, good days over here. They're just lucky it was me who walked in on them. What if it had been the organization? They need to get serious. We're fighting for our lives here. Oh, by the way, I didn't see a Mongolian spot on Krisu's butt. Naturally. She was facing you. Okay, well, Anyway, how much longer are they going to shower? Looking at the clock, it's already been more than 15 minutes since I got back. They were yelling at me a few minutes ago, but now I hear laughter and happy squeals coming from the shower room. Sounds like they're having a good time. Get along almost like sisters. Wow, Krishan, you're so slim. But Mayuri, your breasts are so big, I'm jealous. Oh. They're checking each other out, aren't they? Oh my. In my head, I call it the memory of what I saw in the shower. Oh, well, he committed it to memory, so. Defense of Okabe, gone. Wet hair, beads of water glistening on their soapy skin, round, full treasures hidden by conveniently placed steam. Isn't it always? I put my phone to my ear.
俺だ。
It's me. We have a problem. I'm under attack from the Mongolian spot in Ditzy Sisters. They're going directly after my sanity. A bold move against the insane mad scientist Hoyo and Kilma. How could they go after your sanity if you're insane? How? This is the strongest offensive I've encountered so far. Realize now that vulnerability itself can be a powerful weapon. They're pulling out all the stops, and I don't think my pants can take it. Hey, Mitz. How's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. Everything's okay. Give in to the temptation? Nonsense! I could never do that. They're fellow labmems, my loyal assistant and my childhood friend. Must I? Is it truly the will of Steins Gate that I give in, that I raise my hand against my closest companions? If so, who will the fates be? After a moment to collect myself, I put away my phone. I need some air. 2 days have passed since Krisu and Mayuri came to stay. During that time, Daru and I have done our best to support Krisu's work on the phone weight, name subject to change. According to Daru, it should be easy to use the LHC to generate black holes for our use. Black holes form at the proton collision point, where the lifter is installed, and exist for only a few seconds before evaporating. Hey! Witcher, thank you so much for the heckin' raid. How you doing tonight? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. Glad you didn't raid a few moments earlier. Awkward scene just passed, but we passed it, so yay. But how you doing? And welcome to you and all the raiders. During those few seconds, CERN throws a human into the singularity. We use those few seconds too. The gravity of the black hole compresses matter to infinite density. CERN uses the lifter to keep the compression under control, but we don't want that. We're going to dial CERN's lifter down. Not so much that it endangers the world, of course, but enough to compress our memory data to under 36 bytes. Small memory. Daru has been coding the necessary program. As for me, I've been searching for a lifter, the unknown device that pumps electrons into the phone wave, name subject to change, and keeps our black hole open. Yusu couldn't find anything that could serve as a lifter inside the microwave, so it must be something on the outside. We're not sure what that could be, and so far we have no idea where to start looking. Yesterday, I consulted Daru about that threatening email, but Daru insisted that there's no way CERN could have discovered his hacking yet. Of course, I had him make doubly sure we hadn't been tracked. His test came back clean. I understand he's confident in his skills, and I trust him. If Daru says they haven't found out, then they haven't. But somehow knowing that does not ease my anxiety. It's Friday, and although we still haven't solved the lifter problem, Krisu is just about done with the time loop machine. We got mail from Lukako. Have you gone to any festivals or fireworks shows this summer? Maybe you have plans to go with Mayuri-chan later? P.S. I did 22 practice swings with Sadamare. Good to know they're still practicing with the sword. That didn't change from the timelines. Okabe still was like, I'll spread my tuniness with swords. But fireworks shows or Mayuri? So I'm not entirely sure. Oh, there you go. Okay. Go either way. Mayuri. I don't know Mayuri's plans, but I'm pretty sure she's busy preparing for a different sort of festival soon, to take place in Arake? I actually sent the mail this time. And while we're here, saving... Oh, no, don't lock it. Good to know that's a feature, but I'm just trying to save. Naturally, that means it's time for her to give me something else to worry about.
最終調整のため
For
に
the final adjustments, we need to use the phone wave. Groaned. In other words, we have to cause the electrical discharge phenomenon. There's a risk involved. A risk called Mr. Brown. As we know, the discharge phenomenon causes the entire building to shake. Last time, Mr. Brown threatened to raise our rent if it happened again. Yeah, Krisu and Daru look at me. It's up to you, Ocarina.
フォローお願い
Take care of it.
つま
In other words, you're
り
sending me to
敵地に乗り
die.
込みし
あんたの犠牲があって
Your sacrifice will allow us to complete the time leap machine.
それにこれまでも
Besides, you're always the one who talks to the boss for us.
ならばなおさらたまにはお前
Maybe
た
it's
ちが
time for you to put our lives on the line. You to put your lives on the line even. I can't. That girl who works there hates me. There.
いいだろう
Fine, but hear this. I will not die. Like the immortal phoenix, I will return, no matter how many times it takes.
何度でも蘇るぞ
With that said, I head down to handle things with Mr. Brown.
おかり
Don't die, okay? Thanks, Mayuri. As I pass through the lounge, Mayuri looks up from her costume to see me all. Don't die. Everyone's just like, look. When I step into the store, Mr. Brown, Suzuha, and the Chipmunk are watching some comedy show on the massive 42-inch CRT. Watching TV at noon without a customer in sight. Looks like business as usual at the Brawn Tube Workshop.
おーす
So, Okabe Rintaro? I raise my hand in response to Suzuha's greeting. The Chipmunk, Nai, quickly hides behind her father when she sees me.
この店は
I see you're busy as ever.
うん岡部か
Okabe, buy a CRT! When I listen to Phantasm's song at times like these, I sink even deeper into the darkness. Nya, join me, Kyoma. So it's very quiet. Okay, there's some music. What was the name of the song? I missed it. The Guilty. Give a deal. The blood against the guilty. I'm gonna skip it for now. It's cool. We can listen to it some other time. All these already get copyright strikes on, not copyright strikes, but copyright notices on YouTube anyway.
いりません
No thanks. I'm not some kind of retro TV otaku. I'd rather buy an LCD.
液晶テレ
I
ビ
look around the store as I answer. Huh? Just thought of something. Like CERN's Large Hadron Collider, the phone wave, name subject to change, must have some kind of electron feed to keep the black hole open. CERN calls this feed the lifter. We still haven't figured out what that thing is, nor what could be acting as a substitute lifter on our time machine. What if our lifter is somewhere in the shop? Whatever it is must be in close proximity to the phone wave, name subject to change. It couldn't work otherwise. The Brawn Tube Workshop is located directly below the lab. Our lifter be a CRT? You've been having a lot of girls over lately, haven't you?
ばっかと言って
Just the usual members?
私もこの前
I was over the other day.
たまには俺も
Invite me next time, huh? I want to talk to some... Oh, they're in high school, dude. I want to talk to some younger... Also, your daughter's right there. Ah,
父さん
Eddie, that's dirty. Yeah, call him out on that. Do that.
違うぞない
No, it isn't. It's, marketing. Yeah, I'm looking for new
獲
customers.
得のための営業
Check
活動
out
なん
this
だよ
scary-looking guy trying desperately to explain himself to his daughter. Hilarious.
そもそもさ
What do you mean for a change? You talk to me every day.
若くはない
You're not young. Suzu is the same age as Daru and I, which makes her older than Mayuri and Kusu.
なに
Did you say something, Okabe Rintaro? Oh man.
事実だ
Only the truth. So you know how the TV show It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia is basically just... It's a guide on the worst things to say in any given situation? So is Okabe.
ない
Nai, your father is happy as long as he has you, okay?
幸せなんだか
うん分かってるよ
Yup, I know, but don't say dirty things anymore,
結婚
okay?
することは
らもちろん約束
It's
す
a
るさ
promise. Then he joins Pinkies with his daughter. Damn, Mr. Brown, you're way off character. How does a guy like him produce a daughter like that? Naya is one of the kindest, gentlest girls I've ever met. I don't know why she's so afraid of me, though. Your entire shtick is trying to invoke terror in those around you, admittedly in a very toony way. And you're surprised when somebody's afraid of you. Anyway, like a child. Anyway, I come here to explain that the building's about to shake. How do I avoid having my head ripped off? How many more earthquakes do you think this building can handle? No, that's way too obvious. An earthquake is coming. My magic eye, reading Steiner, has seen it in the future. Escape while you still can. Yeah, that might work. Might work. Hey, did she know Mayuri's stay over yesterday?
Oh.
Yeah. So, Makase Krisu stayed too.
Oh.
Yeah, they're both upstairs. No. Suzuha's hostility towards Krisu hasn't abated. And how are you doing? Huh? Are you feeling better? Oh, yeah, I guess. The search continues. What's this about, part-timer? I'm searching for my dad. I told you before, remember? Alright, go find her old man, Okabe. Why does he think he can boss me around? Naturally. Suzuha's a fellow lab member. Leave it to us. Suzuha looks at me with a smile that shines through the gloom filling the store. Okabe Rintro, we're the same age, but sometimes you seem a lot older. You really know how to give people strength. That's the first time anyone's ever said that to me. Makes me kinda happy. Of course, I am the great Hoyo in Kyoma. Poor Nai. The chipmunk cowers in terror as I unveil my madness. I can see tears pooling in her eyes. I guess my aura is just too powerful for a grade school girl to endure. That must be it. Okabe, next time you scare Nai, I'll kill you. Sorry. Come here a sec. Suzuha takes my arm and leads me away from the Tenujis, who have gone back to watching the TV. I just want to say, be circumspect in your dealings with Mikase Krisu. What? Circumspect? Why can't she just say careful like a normal person? Not that I'm one to talk. Yeah, Okabe. This again? Aren't you just being paranoid? Suzuha shakes her head firmly. No. Her perniciousness has been proven. Perniciousness? Is she saying Krisu is dangerous? There's something strange about the way Suzuha is talking. It's not just her fondness for uncommon words. It's something else, something... Genius is a threat. At heart, she only cares about her experiments. Suzuha's eyes are hard and her voice is as cold as ice. I can tell that she means every word she says. Listen to me. She's using you all. Mikase Krisu is connected to CERN. No, that's impossible. CERN is our enemy. If Dara's hacking is discovered, I have no doubt that they will do everything in their hiccups, in their power to destroy us. Like send hiccups to a streamer. That's how they're taking me down. How can Krisu be connected to CERN? Went back in time and implanted hiccups in my system. You're saying she's a spy? Suzuha nods firmly. Credit for inventing the time machine was hers. Again, Suzuha's words sound strange to my ears, but I still can't place my finger on why. Don't let your guard down. I don't believe it. I saw Krisu's anger when she learned what CERN had been doing. She called their actions a betrayal of scientists everywhere. How can someone with such a pure love of science be connected to CERN? What if Suzuha says it's true? Could she be the one who sent that threatening email? Damn it, I dropped it again. I suspected Moeka, but... The webcam came with this little mounting thing. It just pops out, and I've definitely just not been fiddling it with it the whole stream, and I definitely didn't drop it twice. Suddenly, the ground starts to shake. Like, I don't know what it's actually used for, but it came with the webcam, but like, it still bounces on the monitor the way my old one did. It's got the little bit in the back that just props against it. Nanomachine, son, yeah. Krisu started the experiment. I haven't talked to Mr. Brown yet. Dang, it's too soon. Okabe, I'm not even up there. Sure enough, the veins on Mr. Brown's forehead swell in response to the shaking. How many times do I have to tell you not to shake the building? You girls or no, I ain't letting you off. Your rent's going up. Wait, Mr. Brown, this isn't our doing. It's an earthquake. My magic eye reading Steiner predicted this would happen. An earthquake? You think I'll fall for that? The shaking gets more intense, knocking over a CRT. Run to John, no! Really? Can't talk my way out of this one. Okabe, you bastard. Mr. Brown clearly wants to snap my neck like a twig, but he elects to project his greatest treasure, to protect the 42-inch CRT instead. He grabs the remote and switches it off, then grabs hold of the TV and hangs on for dear life. Well, that was...
収まった？
Is it over?
みたいだな。
It looks like it. Wait, it's over. I carefully step through the rubble and take the remote from the dazed Mr. Brown's hand. I press the right power button. The 42-inch CRT instantly comes to life. I stare at the image on the screen and smile. Poor Nai.
どうしたの？
What's wrong?
見つけた。
I've done it! I've done it! This is the lifter!
これほどわかりやすい
It's so obvious. Why didn't I see it before? Of course, this must be the work of Steins Gate. It chose this moment for a
スタインズ
reason.
ゲートの選択だということか。
Pepper, oh, tons of it. You almost call it some Dr. Pepper on that laugh.
上がらせるな。
What the hell are you laughing about, Okabe? You're scaring my daughter. I'm raising your rent, you hear? You're paying for that CRT.
少し静かにしていただきましょうか。ミスター・ブラウン。今まさに俺は時空の支配者となることが確定したのですからね。
A little silence, please, Mr. Brown. This is the most glorious moment, for I have just been chosen as the ruler of all space and time. Stars explode behind my eyes as Mr. Brown drives his fist in the top of my head. The world spins. I struggle to get a hold of my shaken brain. You dare lay hands on the crate?
あ
Got something to say?
ミスター・ブラウン。
Well then,
ブラウン
Mr.
化の弁
Brown.
償については
Put it
ひと
on
ま
my
ずつけて
tab.
頼みます。
With that, I fly out of the workshop. Good. I rub my head. It hurts like hell. Damn that Mr. Brown. Did you really have to crack me so hard? Maybe I should report him for assault. Thanks to his brutality, I had to make a strategic retreat. Fortunately, I did not emerge empty-handed. The entire 10,000 yen a month will hurt. The extra 10,000. But in exchange, I have acquired information essential to the success of my plan.
結果オーライだな。
As well, that ends well.
おかりー。今揺れたけど。
Ocarine, the building just shook. Are you okay?
だった？
Mayuri and Krisu appear in the second story window.
本当に不死鳥のごとく復
It
活
looks
して
like
る
you
わ
really
ね。
are unkillable. I've seen the future, Christina. In 3 minutes, you'll be on your knees praising my greatness.
3分後。お前はこの俺の偉大さに気づき
They don't really say. I just assume it's an allowance from his parents. Like, they don't say. I know he doesn't have a job, but he has at least some small amount of money, so I'm assuming it's just an allowance. That's just my assumption. I don't think they say. So that's just my justification.
それはないと思う。
I don't think so. Run up the stairs.
なんでそんな
How could you miss something so
わかりや
obvious?
すいことに今まで気づかなかった。
To be fair, you missed it too. Don't get me wrong. So did Okabe. But so did you. When I tell Krisu about the 42-inch CRT downstairs, that is her first reaction.
なぜ俺は責めら
Why
れ
are
てい
you
る？
blaming me?
責めてるんじゃない。
Not blaming you, I'm just disappointed that nobody, including myself,
気づけなかった間抜けさ
noticed.
に。
東大元暮らしは
Missed the forest for the trees.
整理する
To summarize,
さっき2階で
just now, when the phone wave, name subject to change, shook the building, the 42-inch CRT was
だが
on.
テレビを
But when
消す
Mr. Brown turned the TV off, the shaking stopped immediately.
放電現象は途中で
Discharge
強
was
制的に中断
interrupted.
さ念のために
I put a banana in just to be sure.
ゼ
Nothing
リーマンには
happened.
ならなかった
それはね
I'm glad. We shouldn't waste food. Good call,
食べ
Mayuri.
物を粗末
Nobody replies to Mayuri's off-point statement. We're busy reading about cathode ray tubes on the internet. Doesn't take long before we find something interesting. A cathode ray tube has a component called an electron gun, which uses extreme heat and strong electric field to accelerate electrons and turn them into a beam. True, that's how CRT TVs work. One of the most interesting slow-mo guys video I think I've ever seen is showing an old-school CRT TV in slow motion. Because it is an electron gun that shoots the image at the screen, but it does it one row at a time. Your brain, it goes so fast, you see an image, but old TVs, there's only ever one horizontal row lit up on that TV at any time. It's nutty to see it in action in slow motion. They play like 1-1 of Super Mario in that mode, and you can see the line draw like new bits of Mario, and it's crazy. It's crazy. The electron beam striking the TV screen's phosphor layer is what generates the picture. An electron gun could certainly work as a lifter.
解は出たわね
We found the answer. We found the answer, and I had to blow my nose. We read it.
42型ブラウン管
The
が放
electrons
出してい
emitted
る
by
電
the
子は
42-inch CRT are holding the phone wave's black hole open,
放電現象は
and the discharge phenomenon is the result. The reason we can't use the phone wave at night is because the Braun Tube Workshop is closed. The Braun Tube Workshop doesn't have especially strict business hours, but it's usually open from around 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. That matches up perfectly with my observation of hiccups that the phone wave, name subject to change, only works between noon and 6. The few instances it hasn't worked during that time frame can be explained by the TV being off.
だが
But how can a cathode ray tube emit such a strong electron stream?
電子量は強ければいいというわけ
It's
じゃ
not about having a
そんな
strong
単純な
electron
問題
stream.
なら
If stronger were better, CERN would have solved the lifter problem long ago. I see, so it can't be too strong or too weak. By freak coincidence, the 42-inch CRT's electron gun appears to have exactly the right level of electron discharge. To be fair, what originally got me hooked on the show, even though, again, clearly has a bit of a slow start. Like, the first, stream and a half was just character setup? What really got me hooked was the concept of, like, a bunch of just random people just, like, slapping stuff together, and it's like, wait, did that work? Did that actually send something through time? Did those bananas turn into gel? Like, the concept of just random schmucks, other than Krisu, who's actually a scientist, you know? Just mistakenly making this stuff. By freak coincidence, 42-inch CRT's electron gun appears to have exactly the right level of electron discharge. That's the only explanation.
まさに偶然の一致
Somehow,
よ
the conditions here were perfect to create a
奇
time
跡的
machine.
にタイムマシン
Frankly,
ができる
it's a
環境が
miracle.
揃っ
いや違う
No, Christina, it's not a miracle.
全ては
This is the choice of
スタイン
Steins
ズゲー
Gate.
トの選択だ
Rather than glare at me, she has so many times in the past, Krisu shoots me an exasperated smile.
別に
But whatever it is, it worked. Mayuri looks up from her costume with a question in her eyes.
つまりね
So, what do we have to do to complete Super Phone Wave-chan?
原因が究明で
Now
きた
that
な
we
ら
found the cause, there's nothing left to hold us back.
あの大きなブラウ
We
ン
can
管がつい
safely
ている
conclude
時
that time leaping is possible when and only when that television is on. We should probably test it, right? And there's still the final check of the phone wave to do.
そうね
You're right,
岡部
Okabe.
なんだ
もう一度
Go downstairs and turn that TV back on. That's hilarious, Christina. Allow me to dub that
ミッション
mission
パセバーだ
impossible. I'm not going back down there. My head still hurts from last time. Next time, I doubt I'll make it out alive.
いいから
Whatever,
さっ
just
さと
go
行きなさ
already.
いよ
Yusu orders me with a sour look. It's like I'm the assistant here.
あんたならできるって
If anyone can do it,
さっき
it's
だって
you.
すごい
You
発
made
見
an
してきたでし
amazing
ょ
discovery just now, didn't you? Oh, feed the ego, yeah. Assistant mine, have you finally recognized my greatness as a mad scientist?
いいえ
No,
グホー
that was harsh.
同かい
すまん
Oh, whoops, I was supposed to flatter him so he'd feel like going, right?
はいって言っておくべきだというわけで
Yes, you're an amazing mad scientist.
遅いわ
It's too late.
リフターの代替装置が
Anyway,
見つか
now
った
that we
今
found the lifter, the
タイ
time
ムリ
leap
ープマ
machine
シ
is
ンは
99% complete.
99% 出来上がってる
Yuzu's expression suddenly turns serious, but I can see the hunger in her eyes and the flush of excitement on her cheeks. She knows that we stand on the threshold of a new age of science, and she cannot resist the lure of the unknown. She's a true scientist, no doubt about it.
このラボの
It's your
夢でしょ
dream, isn't it? To
Time
invent a time
machine.
machine? Our dream. I've never really thought about it that way. But she's right, my hands are shaking. Not from fear of Mr. Brown, but from excitement, and also the concussion I now have. I've become the undisputed Lord of Time.
これまでの
With that power, I will shatter the system and chaos will rule the...
岡部
Okabe. Yusu interrupts my speech.
私は法王院じゃな
Wasn't
くて
asking Hoyo and
Okabe no
Kyoma.
iken
I
ga
was
kikitai.
asking Okabe. Nothing. She spears me with her gaze. I meet it head on. After a few moments, I feel my mouth curve into a smile.
上等だ
Do it. Leave it to me. With that, I head downstairs. A cracked skull and an empty wallet are a small price to pay for science. Yusu and Daru send me off with applause for some reason. I feel like every time he leaves, they're like, "He gonna die." He's actually... Mayuri is the only one who looks worried, but I pat her head in reassurance. When I get downstairs, Suzuha and the chipmunk are sitting side by side on a bench outside.
ウィス
So. Ah, Nai. Nai gives me a quick bow and then hides behind Suzuha.
店長さっき
That shaking upstairs put the boss in a bad mood. Nai and I are waiting it out.
退避中
Now I really don't want to go in there. Yeah.
あの
Are you okay?
思いっきり
Dad hit you pretty hard.
この俺の
I'll have you know that my brain is more valuable than the Mona Lisa. Your father may have set humanity back 100 years by wiping out my brain cells.
あの位置
それは惜しい人
Such a regrettable loss. Suzuha claps her hands in solemn prayer. I'm not dead, just my brain cells.
ごめんなさい
I'm sorry, Dad did something bad.
小動物ね
The chipmunk, what a gentle heart you have.
人間的によく
I can't believe she's Mr. Brown's daughter.
案ずるな
I suppose I share some of the blame. Your father and I are even. Some of the blame. Oop.
時にバイトする
Naya smiles slightly at my words of comfort. Now then, part-time warrior, I have a request of you.
ミスター・ブラウンの目
You two to distract Mr. Brown for about 5 seconds. Suzuha's eyes start to shine.
色仕掛けだ
You
ね
mean seduce him? In front of his daughter. But dare, she flexes her bicep for some reason. Also girls, you know.
触ってみ
Go on, touch it. She insists, so I poke it. It's just as hard as her confidence suggests. She's probably stronger than me. Okabe, we've seen you get winded climbing 2 flights of stairs. She is undeniably stronger than you. I am 98% sure that Nae is stronger than you. Again, not judging. I got nothing, but I accept that fact. But I don't understand what flexing has to do with seduction.
誰も色仕掛けをしろ
Nobody said anything about seduction. It doesn't matter how you do
お前
it.
がや
それぐらいできなきゃ
I'm not much of a warrior if I can't handle that. Besides, you said you'd help me search for my father, right? I'm only returning the favor.
なるほど
See, then I leave it in your capable hands.
大きいドキ
Okie dokie indeed.
鈴葉お姉ちゃん
Suzuha, don't be mean to daddy, okay? Don't worry, I won't be mean. I'll be extra nice. Indeed. I want to complain that she's the one being mean, but I just said we were even, so I refrain. Hey, Lukako. You and Mayuri-chan don't go places together. You're both lab members, and I heard you were childhood friends, so I thought, I'm sorry if I misunderstood. Yes, I did 30 practice swings with Satomare. Number of swings improving. It is now confirmed, Lukako stronger than Okabe. Wait here, Nai. The chipmunk nods. When we enter the store, we find Mr. Brown cleaning up the pieces of the broken CRT. When our eyes meet, another vein pops in his forehead. If you came to apologize, I'll listen. But your rent's going up, understand?
先ほどは失礼しました。
Sorry about what happened. I
こちらも
overreacted.
そこで
As a token of apology, my lab's representative, Amane Suzuha, would like to present
こ
you
こにい
with
る
a
アマネ
gift.
スハから
店長
Boss.
刮目せよ
Ready. With a vigorous shout, which in no way seems appropriate for seduction, Suzuha whips off her jacket and... throws it into Mr. Brown's face. I mean... you can see her bra. Oh my. Don't get distracted. The distraction was for him. No, wait, that's not a bra. It's a tight tank top that leaves her midriff bare. Yet Suzuha shows no signs of embarrassment as she rushes Mr. Brown. She slips behind him, grabs her coat, and pulls it tight against his face.
岡部倫太郎今だ
Kabe Rintaro, now's your chance! No, wait just a second. Is this your idea of seduction? You asked for a distraction for 5 seconds. You have gotten a distraction. Don't waste your 5 seconds. Looks like you're trying to suffocate him. Hurry! Hey, risky! Oh boy.
Unfortunately, the
Okay,
clock
good.
keeps ticking. The subs are going by. The past increases, the future recedes. Possibilities decreasing, regrets mounting. And at the end, all I have is one question. What's better than 43?
Nothing is better than 43. Well, 44, clearly. Obviously, thank you so much. 44 damn months. Jeez, there's so many people in the 40 plus month range now. It's just, it's so much. Thank you, Risky. How you doing tonight? I hope you're still enjoying all the Viperland goodies we got going on. You've joined just as somebody has thrown her shirt at a man to distract him. Oh, hell yeah. I just saw Potion sign on to it, and I know Rose is in it. I know Echo started it up. I don't know if they're playing more of it, but I saw they played like a bunch of it one day. So like, hell yeah. Cool. Like, it honestly looks fun. I just don't have time for it right now. I just don't. But it looks fun. So like, hell yeah. Play it. Enjoy it. Have a blast. It looks like a good time. Mr. Brown flails his arms, trying to escape Suzuha's restraint. There's a huge difference in strength between the two. It's only a matter of time before he shakes Suzuha off.
よくやった
Well
先生
done, warrior. Your heroism will be remembered. 5 seconds is already up. Realizing that the only choice is to go for it, I dash to the counter, grab the remote, switch on the 42-inch CRT. After about 2 seconds, an image appears on the giant screen. At the same time, the ceiling starts shaking. Bisu activated the phone wave, name subject to change with perfect timing. I mean, you'd think... Sorry, I couldn't interrupt that one. You'd think, but a lot of remote controls use infrared light. So unless he, in theory, reached it out from the window, pointed it like his window, pointed it through the front window, and hit the sensor in the TV, it probably wouldn't work. It's definitely older TVs. They're not using any type of like wireless signal. It's straight up just a light. I don't have a remote around here. But if I did, if you hold a remote up to a camera, you can usually see the light, even though it's infrared to normal eyes. Yeah, so he's got a shirt over his face. It's shaking again, Okabe Rintaro. What's going on? Go through the front window? Yeah, no, that would make sense. I feel like... yeah, you know? Honestly, yeah, you're right. There's nothing stopping him from just walk downstairs. Click. You're right, I got nothing. Did she really take off her clothes without knowing why?
助かったぞバイト戦士
You're a lifesaver, part-time warrior. If you can, keep him restrained for 10 more seconds. During that time, I escaped from the store. He was already mad. He's gonna be so mad. Outside, Naya's following earthquake drill procedure, crouching while protecting her head. I ignore that and look up to the second floor. At exactly the same time, Kusu appears in the window and gives me a happy thumbs up. A second later, she blushes, shoots me a glare, and disappears inside as if nothing happened. What's with her attitude? I'm risking my life here. Oh yeah, Mr. Brown's gonna kill you. In any case, the experiment was a success. Yay! The 42-inch CRT was the key, as suspected. How do I explain this to Mr. Brown? I don't want him to kick us out of the building. Perhaps I shouldn't have left it to Suzuha. I timidly peek into the store to gauge the situation. Come on, boss. Give me back my jacket. Suzuha's there, fidgeting in her tank top as Mr. Brown glares down at her. Shut up. Confiscating this. You pervert. You're the pervert, throwing your shirt in my face like some kind of dancer. That was pretty kinky. Gotta remember to thank Okabe after I kill him. Kinky. Don't say things like that. It's gross. Anyway, you can work like that for the rest of the day. Go stand out front and use that flat tummy of yours to attract customers. I'll tell Naya on you. Who's she gonna believe? You or her old man? No problems here. Suzuha's seduction strategy worked, I guess. Mr. Brown, what a guy. Nobody has pummeled anybody else to death. A little while later, I'm lying on the sofa watching high school baseball. Kumamoto and Aichi are locked in a fierce struggle for the playoffs. Just then, the clack-clack of the sewing machine in the lounge suddenly stops. Nah, she would still definitely, like, side with her father, but you're not wrong. She definitely likes her a lot. But, like, if it came down to, like, one or the other, go with father. Oh, Green, can you come here? She motions to me while holding the costume. What does she want? I walk over to her. Can you hold this for me? Spread it out like... Whap. Mayushi, say whap again. What? Damn it, Daru. I got a whap. Stop it already, perv. I follow Mayuri's directions and spread the costume out by the sleeves. She inspects it from a few paces away. It's hard to believe, given her unusual ditziness, but Mayuri is very serious about her art. That's why cosplayers value her costume so highly. The costume I'm holding now is custom made for Lukako. I thought Lukako was against it, but I guess Mayuri managed to persuade her. Okay, thanks. Mayuri looks tired. She's been working all night, but that doesn't dim the brightness of her satisfied smile. Finished! It's done? You gonna wipe that up? Yep, I finished before Krishan. We were racing. You win, Mayuri. Congratulations. Damn you, assistant. She treats me and Daru like garbage, but Mayuri gets the sisterly touch. Yeah. In this room, Mayuri's the only one to have not bothered by somebody by saying something perverted, and not groped somebody against their will. So Mayuri gets special treatment. That's the rules. Actually, I'm just about finished too. Risu connects the two cords she's holding. Celebration is in order. Nobody cheers. It's a tie! Man, I'm tired. I want Ferris-tan to comfort me. Honestly, I don't feel like cheering either. It's not because I'm tired. We worked around the clock for 3 straight days to finish the time leap machine, but now that it's complete, I realize that part of me never truly believed it would happen. I feel my enthusiasm cooling rapidly, the fire quenched by one stark question. What do we do with it? I look at Krisu. She too seems less than enthused. We may have created a monster here. I look at the improved phone wave, main subject to change again. The biggest change is the headgear attached to the X68000. Looks like something out of a low-budget cyberpunk movie. Fortunately, we don't need nerve jacks or brain chips for it to work. You just put it on and let the sensors do the rest. We decide what to call it first. I vote Heavenly Express. Phone Wave 3rd Edition, version 1. Silly hat Phone Wave-chan. Okay, Mayuri's got the best name. No consensus. You guys have too much free time. also true, but does that mean you're abstaining from the boat? Time loop
タイムリ
machine.
ープマシン
これはひどい
That's terrible. Come on, simple is best, right? I mean, that's what Okabe's been calling it for the past 2 days.
助手はネーミング
Looks like my assistant has zero naming sense.
中二病丸出しのあ
I
んた
don't
に
want to
言
hear
わ
that
れ
from a
たくない
Chunibyo headcase like you.
おお
Oh, so Makuseshi knows the word Chunibyo, since your otaku level is quite high. I heard it from a friend. I have no idea where it comes from. Ah, a bald-faced lie. You should just confess to being an at-channeler. Yusu meets my brain with an icy glare.
マユリ
Up to you, Mayuri. Choose one. Whenever the lab is divided on a name, the right to decide belongs to Mayuri. I think Time Leap Machine is fine.
帽子付き電話
Silly Hat Phone Wave-chan is super close, though.
まゆしのことだから
Somehow I knew she'd say that.
だから言ったでしょ
Like I said, simple is best. Mayuri gets it. I want to object, but it's an unwritten rule not to complain once Mayuri's made a decision. Very well. Time Leap Machine it is, which means that Mayuri did not object to Phone Wave name subject to change. Assistant, explain for us all how the Time Leap Machine works. I know the basics, but I want to hear details. Kusu nods and stands in front of the whiteboard.
一言で言うと
In short, this device converts memories to data and sends them to the past.
電話レンジには偶
Let's
然
begin
に
with what
も
we all know. By great coincidence, the phone wave is able to produce ring singularities, much like John Titor's time machine.
リング特異点を生み出し
Through the ring singularity, we are able to send up to 36 bytes of data to the past.
局所がして
Signal can only be received by phones. While that does limit the range of effect, it also removes an element of uncertainty from the equation.
D メールと違って
Unlike DMLs, memory data is sent in the form of a phone call, so we'll be using a phone number,
電話番
not
号
an
によ
email
って
address,
局所
to
が
set
し
the
て
destination.
生み出されたリング特異点の超重
The
力を
ring
安定させ
singularity is made naked and stable by a device known as a lifter. In our case, that's the 42-inch CRT
タイタの
downstairs.
42型ブラウン
She's
管が
explaining the basics. Next, she'll explain the modification she made to turn the phone wave, name subject to change, into a time leap
電話
machine.
レンジには新たにヘッドギアを接続した
The phone wave now has headgear attached.
これによ
Me,
って
August 13th.
側頭葉
Hippocampus CA3. This headgear records the nerve impulses in the temporal lobe of the
記憶
brain,
の神経パルスパタ
specifically
ーン
the
を操作する
CA3 region of the hippocampus where memories are stored.
その解
Hippo.
析データは
Then, using
VR
VR
技術を用い
technology,
て
we encode the
神経
nerve
パルス信
impulses
号
into
から電
electric
気信
signal
号へと
data.
エンコードし
データ容量はおよそ
It's only 3.24 terabytes for all of the memories of a human being? Comes out to approximately 3.24 terabytes. Okay. 3.24 terabytes is less than I expected. We're talking about the entirety of a person's memories.
ちなみにこのデータ
By
に
the
は
way,
あら
we'll
かじ
set
め
it up so that the
次
data
元式の
decodes
デコードプ
automatically
ログラム
after a certain amount of time.
これはプログラムに
Anybody
詳しい
well
人な
versed in
ら誰
programming
でも
can
で
do
きる
this.
もの
I had Hashirama make the
8
code.
だにこの電気信号デ
Anyway,
ータを
next we send the memory data through the net
フ
to
ラ
the
ンスにあ
LHC in
るセルン
France.
の LHC へと転送
This building has a direct line to CERN for some reason, so we can transfer data at insanely high speeds.
3.24テラのデータ
How long does it take to send 3.24 terabytes of data? Probably about 40 to 50 seconds. We have 64 direct lines in parallel, so if we send in 64 parts, it should upload in about 45 seconds. That's the type of internet connection I want. That's an internet connection so fast when you play fighting games, you can see into the future. That's pretty fast.
LHC を遠隔操作
Next,
して
we hijack the LHC, create a mini black hole, and use that black hole's supergravity to compress the data into 36 bytes. Oh, it's internet magic for sure.
データ
Yeah.
を36バイトまで圧縮する
3 terabytes is about 3 trillion bytes. Compressing that into just 36, that's one hell of a squeeze.
圧縮にも時間がかかるのか
Will compression take
こ
long?
っちは一瞬
It's practically instantaneous, 23 milliseconds or thereabouts.
だいたい23
We're using a black hole after all.
ちなみにバイナリデータの超
By
圧
the way,
縮は
the compression
ミニブラッ
only
クホール
holds in the
周辺で
immediate
のみ
vicinity of the black hole.
そこから
Once the
離れ
data
た時
leaves that
点
area,
で
it will begin
デ
to
ータが
decompress on its
回答
own.
までにかかる時間も
This
圧
too
縮時
takes
と同じ
23
そ
milliseconds.
の間に
It has to make it back to the X68000 and into the phone wave within that window. It's only 36 bytes, shouldn't be a problem.
クリスティーナ
Continue, Christina.
タイムリープマシン側では
While the data is being compressed, we use the phone wave to generate a Kerr black hole ring singularity. When the electron discharge phenomenon occurs, we take the 36-byte data, patch it in, 5 leap, and send it to the past.
この辺は電話レ
This
ン
part
ジ
is just like a demo.
データはタイマーに
Data
入力
travels
し
to
て
the
おいた時
specified
間
time
分
where
を
it arrives
遡
at the
り
reception's,
過去
the
の携帯電
receptionist's
話に
phone,
リング特異
recipient's
点を
phone.
通り抜けて
By now,
過去の
23
携帯電話に
milliseconds should have
到達
passed,
す
so
る
the
頃
data
には
will be fully
23ミリ秒が
decompressed.
回答と同時にデ
Next,
コー
the
ドプログラ
decoding
ムが展
program
開して
runs, converting the
電
data
気信号
back
か
into
ら神
nerve
経パル
impulse
ス信号
signals.
受信先の携帯電話に
They
到達
signals
す
are
ると
discharged from the
神
phone's
経パルス
earpiece
信
at
号は
approximately
総和値から
0.02 amperes,
0.02アンペアほど
a
の
pretty weak
微弱な
charge.
放電現象となる。これが
Sure.
携
If
帯
the
電話を
recipient
耳に
has
当
the
てて
phone
い
to
る
his
受信者
ear,
の
they should go straight into his brain.
受信者が電話の呼び出しに出る
Assuming
の
he answers his phone.
でなければ
If
記
he
憶の
doesn't, the
転送
transfer
は失
fails.
敗に終わる。
Fortunately, we lose nothing but that copy of the
この場合は
memory data.
メールではなく
Phone call instead of an email.
携帯電話が受信者
Because
の
we
こ
need
め
the
かみ付
recipient
近
to
にあ
put
る
the
こ
phone
と
to
で
his ear,
データは
otherwise
受
the
信者
signals
の側
won't
頭
reach
葉
his
に
temporal
送り込み
lobe.
やすくなるから。
Which indicates the side of her head.
人間のこめかみ
In this
周辺
area,
に
you
は
have the
大
frontal
脳
lobe,
前
the
頭葉
temporal
と
lobe,
大脳
and the
側頭
temporal
葉
lobe
が
of
一
the
致してる
brain.
んだけど、
As explained
最初に言った
before,
通
the
り
hippocampus, where
側
memories
頭
are
葉は
stored, is
海
inside
馬
the
傍回
temporal
があって
lobe.
そこに送
The
信
phone
者の
sends
全
out
記憶の
electrical
塊であり
impulses that pass
神
through
経
the
パルス
temporal
信号
lobe
が
and into the
携
hippocampus,
帯電話から放
overwriting
射
the
される。
recipient's memories.
これで記憶の上書
That
きは
face
完了。
doesn't look, well, to be fair, it looks about the same, actually. I was gonna say it doesn't look happy, but, you know,
同
they
時に
both look the same.
携帯電話
At
か
the
ら
same
は
time, the
前
phone
頭葉を
sends
刺激
impulses
す
that
る
stimulate
神
the
経パルス
frontal
信
lobe
号
as
を
well.
出すわ。
This is important.
前頭葉から側頭葉
Remember
へ
that the
は
frontal
ト
lobe
ッ
is
プダウン
responsible
記
for
憶検
sending
索信号というのが
retrieval
発信
signals
さ
to
れ
the
る。
temporal lobe. This is how you
これ
remember
は記憶
things.
前頭葉を刺激する神経
Stimulating
パ
the
ルスを
frontal
放
lobe,
射
we
するこ
force
と
it
で
to send
こ
retrieval
の
signals key
ト
to the
ップ
new
ダウン
memory
記憶
data.
これによって
Thus, the recipient recalls all of those memories as if they were his own,
未来の記憶を
which of course they are,
思い出すのよ。
or will be in the future.
それに必要な時間
This
は
happens in less than a
1
second.
秒。結果
The
受信者
recipient
は
has
送
the
信者
same
と
memories
全
as
く
the
同じ
sender.
記憶
The
を持つ
time
状
leap
態
is
となる。
complete.
例えば送信
The
者と
data
受信
came
者の
from
時
1 week
間
in
差
the
が
future.
1
The
週間
recipient
もあ
will
る場合
remember that
受
week
信
as
者
if
は
he
1
experienced it
週間
firsthand.
注意すべきなのは
We need to be aware that
意識や人格は
consciousness and
変装
personality
しない
aren't
という。
transferred. Both of these depend on
そ
the
の2
recipient.
つ
おっぱいに例えて教
Explain
え
it
て
with
くれ
boobs.
お
Boobs? Yusu dissolves into a blushing, stammering mess. Looks like it's time for me to answer Daru's question. Not with boobs, obviously.
現在のダルの
Let's say we send your memories to you
小
in
学
grade
生の
school.
頃今のダルは
Right now, you're some kind of omnisexual pervert who thinks inanimate objects are hot.
小学生
But in elementary school, you were still an innocent child.
小学校時代の
You
僕
was a
は
boring little bastard who did nothing but study. What of it?
つまり
Basically, that little bastard would suddenly have all of your perverted memories, but his personality
人格
wouldn't
は見
change.
た目は子供頭脳
It's not like you'll become that famous anime detective with the looks of a child and the brains of an adult.
なんだつまらん
What? That sucks. This isn't like the time leaping you see in sci-fi novels. We aren't yet capable of transferring personality and consciousness.
えっと
Since you need a phone to receive the signal, you can only send memories to the times you had
役割
one.
は注意すべきなのは
We also need to make sure that the sender and
同
recipient are
一
the
人
same
物でな
person.
ければ例えば過去の
If someone
自分
besides your
では
past self, your
親や
parents or
友達
friend,
が
for
代わり
instance,
に出て
answers
し
the
まった
phone,
場合
then the nerve
神
impulse
経パル
signal
ス
will
信
be
号は
projected into
そ
their
の
brain
親や
instead.
友達そうなると親や友達
That
の体
happens,
に
your memories
送信者
could
の記憶
overwrite
が
theirs,
上書き
which
されて
could
しまう
obviously cause serious damage to their psyche.
重大な人格障害が起きるかもし
Yusu
れない
ends her explanation, takes a short breath. The lab falls into silence. I exchange glances with Krisu and Daru. I look at Mayuri, but her expression is blank. I guess it was too complicated for her.
それで
I mean, she got the basics when we were doing the walk around Aki. She doesn't need to know the intricacies of it, but she gets what's happening. So, clear my throat. It's time for the $1 million question.
どうする
What do we do with it?
どうするって
Do with what?
タイムリープマシン
Time
の
loop machine,
扱
of
いにつ
course.
いて
What do we do with it? For once, my assistant has nothing to say. I already know that she fears we've created a monster. Honestly, I feel the same way. After a few moments, Krisu finally speaks.
私たちの手に負える
Too
代物
much
じ
for
ゃ
us
な
to
いのは
handle,
確か
that's for sure. The safest thing would be to hand it over to the government for
研
professional
究機関に
research.
譲渡して国家プロジェクト
I
扱
can
い
tell that
にし
she's
て
not pleased to have reached this conclusion. She obviously would prefer to experiment with this technology. After all, it's humanity's first time machine. We've finally taken our first steps towards godhood. I'm sure that the nations of the world would pay billions for just one look at our machine. The possibilities that it represents are limitless.
実感が湧か
just doesn't feel real.
マユシも
Mayushi doesn't get it.
いやマユシは何も手伝って
That's because you
ないから
didn't work on it, Mayushi. Oh, right.
岡部の意見は
What about you,
ちなみに
Okabe? And I mean you,
じゃなくて
not Hoyo and
岡部の
Fiona.
意見ね。
I agree with Krisu that the time loop machine is dangerous. On the other hand,
実験してみたい気持ちも
want to experiment. I state my honest feelings. Krisu gasps.
だが
But there are still questions we need to answer. This is unknown territory, not just for us, but for all of humanity.
誰が
Who will time
タイ
leap?
ムリープするんだ
I look to each of the lab mems in turn. Daru quickly looks away. Mayuri's expression is blank. Yusu stares right back at me.
誰って決めるのは
It's hard to choose.
僕はパス
I'll pass. Yeah, Mayuri will pass too. Not a single person here wants the honor of being history's first time traveler. Everyone, except for Mayuri, is probably thinking about what could go wrong. What if the time leap were to fail?
シルンのタイム
It's
マシ
not
ン
like
みたい
CERN's
に
time machine. The
Jelly
possibility of becoming a jellyman is zero.
このマシンで送るのはデ
This
ータであ
machine
って
sends data,
実
not the
物じゃ
real
ないん
thing.
だから。タイムリープに対する
Don't
先
let your
入観にとら
preconceptions
われないで
influence your decision.
まるで意識
You
その
might
も
say
のを
it's like a
カ
cut
ッ
and
ト
paste of
ペー
your
ストするよう
brain.
にそうじゃなくて
Actually, it's more like a
あくまでも
copy paste,
コ
and
ピ
it's
ー
just your
ペーストなの
memories.
オリジナルが消える
The
ことは
original doesn't get erased. That's a very easy to understand example, but that's not the problem. Time flows in a straight line from past to present to future. At least that's how most humans see it. This raises several questions.
過去へ転送したデータが
What if there's an error somewhere, and the data itself gets fractalized?
もし仮に
Let's say I send my memories an hour into the past.
フラクタル構造化により
My memories would be replaced by fractalized data. In other words, data full of tiny holes. Could that cause memory loss?
かもね
Suppose.
もしそうなった場合
1 hour later, we arrive once again at the present. At that time, the me who lost his memories an hour ago and the current me conflict in my brain.
どちらのデータが生き残る
Which data set survives?
理屈で考えれば
Logically,
1時間前に
the
コピーが
present
移され
should
た時点
change
で
as soon as you send your
今
memories to
も
the
変化す
past.
るから
The conflicting current me disappears then.
それはつまり
So then it's not a copy paste at all, is it?
わからない
I don't know. No one's ever experienced time travel before.
D
Well,
メールでは
when we send a D-mail, the world is reconstructed based on the changes we made to the past. I mean, he's experienced the effects of time travel, remembering the timelines, but I guess you still wouldn't say he's experienced, I don't know, splitting hairs. I'm the only one who's aware of this, however.
タイムリープしてどうなる
Don't know what happens when you
わ
time
からな
leap.
いタイターが言うように
If it's the many worlds interpretation like Taiter said, then the instant you time leap, it
別の
creates
世界
two
線に分岐す
possibilities.
る可能性と
One where you
同じ
ship to
世
another
界
world
線の
line,
まま時間
one
だ
where
け
you
を
travel
遡
back
る
in
可
time
能
on the
性
same world
が
line.
同時に同時に
Of
現
course,
在の岡部
there
が
must
消えない
also be a
可能
world
性
line where
の
the
世界
current
線
you
も
doesn't
当然
disappear.
存在しているわけ
That would
で
likely correspond to the present that we are experiencing right now. That's only if the many worlds interpretation holds in the first place.
お前は
But you didn't believe what Taiter had to say.
信じ
可能性の話をしている
Talking hypothetically,
タイターは
Taiter
まさ
doesn't
にどう
matter
でも
right
いい
now.
コペンハーゲン解釈なら
If it's the
あらゆ
Copenhagen
る状態が
interpretation,
波動関
then
数と
every
して
possible state
空間に
propagates
広が
through
っている
space
こ
as
と
a
になる
wave function.
そして
When a particular
観
state
測
is
者が観
observed,
測
the
した
remaining
瞬間
states collapse
ど
and
ち
that
らか
state
に
is
状態が
fixed.
収束する
But precise observation is impossible.
観測者は誰か
The problem is who the observer is in this case.
第三者じゃねえ
Wouldn't it be a third party, like me or Mayushi?
そうとは限らない
Not necessarily. It might be me. It might be someone else. It could even be
それ以
God.
外の誰かかもしれない
To
し
begin with, the Copenhagen interpretation and the many worlds interpretation are both microscale theories used to explain quantum interactions. No one knows whether they can be applied to humans or to the world at large. What about my personal experiences with reading Steiner? If reading Steiner is the sort of power I think it is, then the world line model is correct.
結局は
In the end, we arrive at the question of where is the self?
という問題に
このタイムリープマシンが
This time leap machine only sends memories. That I guarantee.
それは間違いない
転送された時点で今も再構成されるんじゃね
Won't the present be reconstructed at the moment of transfer?
オカリンはリーディングシュタイ
That's what happens with Okarin's reading Steiner, right? So he is listening.
D メールの場合はそれで
That makes sense where D-mails are concerned.
あれは
When we send D-mails, we're obviously interfering in past events.
しかしタイム
But
リープ
time leaping is different.
自分の
All you do is
記憶
send
を
your memories to the past, which isn't the same thing as sending a targeted D-mail.
未来の記憶を思い出した1時間前
Whether the me who suddenly remembers 1 hour into the future will, in fact, change the past is something we can't know until it happens. I'm getting confused. Sounds like we're talking about the soul. Isn't that a religious question?
待って
Wait, you guys are misunderstanding something.
人格と意識は
1 hour isn't enough time for your personality to change. You should be the exact same person 1 hour ago that you are now.
1時間分の
The
記
only
憶を
difference
持
is
って
that
いる
you'll have an
の
extra hour's worth of
そう
memories.
なのか
How can you be sure?
本当
絶対とは言い切れないけど
I can't.
何しろ
Nobody's tried it before.
誰も試したことは
This
ない
discussion is going nowhere. Nobody knows. Personality and consciousness can't be strictly defined, so it's hard to imagine what might
結
happen.
局
So,
どっち
which is it?
だから
We don't
わ
know.
からないの
We can argue the theories all we
ここ
want,
で
but
ど
in the
れだ
end,
け
we
うだう
can
だ
only
議論したっ
guess.
てこの実験は
This experiment may end up shattering preconceptions scientists and philosophers have held for centuries. We won't know until we try. That pretty much sums it up. To make matters worse, the subject must be prepared to risk damage to their psyche. Yusu, Daru, and I say no more. We can't solve this problem. This is our limit as scientists. But haven't we accomplished enough already? The Time Leap machine itself is worthy of a Nobel Prize. We could sell this technology for billions if we so chose. If we go public with the Time Leap machine, we can break CERN's monopoly on time travel technology. That's enough. It has to be. Hey. Mayuri, who has been observing the discussion with glassy eyes, opens her mouth to speak.
マユシーはね
I have an idea.
例えばね
Why don't we make a
マユシー
banana
が
time
でき
leap?
たバナナを
Oh,
タイム
Mayuri.
リープさせるのは
Time
どう
leap
かな
instead.
まゆり
Oh, Mayuri.
バナナには
Bananas don't
人間
have
みたいに
brains
脳
like
はない
people
でしょ
do.
そうか
Oh, you need a brain,
そ
huh?
れじゃあダメだ
Mayuri never changes. The atmosphere in the room gets a little more relaxed.
実験は
Let's not experiment.
タイムリープマシンは
We'll entrust the Time Leap machine to a suitable research institution. Then we'll announce it to the world.
そして
Thanks to the lightening of the mood, I can finally say what was on my mind. Neither Krisu nor Daru objects. No one has touched the Time Leap machine since that discussion. Ridiculous as it sounds, I can't shake the feeling that it might suck my memories out and fling them into the past. Oh, the machine does have its appeal, of course. We're all tempted by the idea of becoming humanity's first time leapers. Yet the fear of what could happen won out in the end. Perhaps as a way to forget our fears and move on, we decide to hold a celebration to mark the completion of the device. Everyone feels the need to let loose after working so hard on the project. I have Daru order pizza while Krisu and I go shopping for snacks. Akiba has always had a lack of supermarkets. That hasn't changed even with the anime store is gone. So we finish shopping, Krisu and I walk along the evening streets. It's also been a little while. Thankfully, fingers crossed, power's been okay, but like, you know. She looks like she's got something to say. She keeps stealing glances at me.
不満か
Are you upset?
不満
Upset. She frowns, like she didn't expect that question. Finally, she faces this way.
実験をしなかったことに
About her
ついて
decision not to attempt a time leap experiment.
まさか
No, I'm not upset.
人間は根源的に
Humans are
時間的
temporal
存在者で
beings.
ハイデガーの言葉よ
It's a Heidegger quote.
あんたが実験
I
を
was
しない
actually relieved when you made the decision not to use the machine.
誰か止める人がいてく
If
れ
you
る
hadn't been there, I might not have been able to stop
私は
myself.
ありがとう
Thank you. What's this, gratitude? Does she have a fever? Put my hand to her forehead to check. Krisu twitches. Also, hey Zelf, how's it going? Welcome to Pipeline of the chat. My chat bubble is blocking stuff, but you know, whatever. That's just how it goes. But how you doing tonight? How was, Wait, what were you playing? Were you on when I started? I swear I didn't see. But you must have been, unless it was a short stream. Would be going better if OBS. Oh, I was about to say! I didn't see you on when I started. I smashed though. Sorry OBS is being poopy. Technical difficulties are the worst. When you're ready to stream, and you've got people that want to watch, but something goes wrong with it. Like, Twitch didn't want to pop out chat today, so I have to capture my chat a different way, which is why it was on a different window like that. I've had technical difficulties like every day for the past week. Minor things, but you know. Crashing when you tad way to... Oh, that's awful. I have never had that issue, and I wish you a speedy solution to that, because that sounds bad. Sorry to hear that. The host is much appreciated, but I hope we get the stuff figured out, too. I put my hand to her forehead to check. Krisu twitches.
Oi,
What are you doing?
熱があるせいで
Just to restart your CPU. That usually helps. Talking like an assistant for a change. I thought you might have a fever. Drop my hand.
別に
I'm not grateful to you or anything, okay? Look, Baka. The voice is louder than it should be, and several people glance at us. Krisu blushes and hangs her head. If Dara were here, he'd probably get all excited and say, a real tsundere, sweet.
とにかく
Anyway. Krisu clears her throat and returns to her usual sour expression.
形式的にお礼を言っただけだ
Thank
から
you, it's just a formality.
勘違いしないで
Excuse me, don't get me wrong, okay?
勘違いなどするものか
Of course, I only did what I had to.
ラボメンナンバー
I'm the
001
founder of the Future Gadgets Lab, Hoyo and Kyoma. First priority is to protect the welfare of my lab members.
だからお前は
With no need for your thanks.
世界に混沌を
And yet
も
you
たら
always
す
talk about plunging the world into chaos.
ラボメンは俺の味
You
方
are my allies, and the world is my
世界は
enemy.
呆れて言葉も
I'm
出ない
speechless. You're too self-righteous.
俺言葉なら出ているで
You say speechless, yet you're speaking. Don't forget what Titer said. Okay.
上げ足取るな
Don't argue semantics. It's quite mysterious, really. It's only been 2 weeks since Krisu and I met, and it already feels natural for us to be walking together, exchanging banter like this. Perhaps pooling our efforts to create something new, dangerous though it might be, has brought us closer together. I admit that her knowledge and skills are impressive. I'd like her to remain at the lab, if at all possible, but she says she's going back to America this month. It's already the 13th, so I wonder when she plans to return. I decide to ask her.
そういえば
Oh yeah, I forgot to get plane tickets.
電話レンジの改良
I
に
get too caught up in improving the phone wave.
タイムリープマシンを公表
The
する
public with the time leap machine will send the world into an uproar. We also plan to expose CERN. Remember, you may not be able to go back to America for some time.
そうか
Yes, you're right. I should call Mama and let her know.
ママに電話
Looks
してお
like
かない
things are going to get busy. Naturally, I want Krisu to stay with us till the end. A little bit after we return to the lab, Mayuri gets back.
トゥットゥルーただいま
Back. Use to save. Oh yeah, no, totally. I appreciate the heads up. I'm going through it this way. Technically I played this game once many years back. I'm not aiming for the true end first time through. I'm aiming on just getting all the bad ends, basically. Of course she said this thing. That's her thing. And then we'll just do a file where we fast forward stuff to get to the true ending. So I appreciate the heads up, but I am aware, and I'm just going to kind of roll with it. But, like, I do appreciate the heads up nonetheless. It's her catchphrase. Seems Mayuri went to Lukako's. Suzuha shows up a few minutes later, and our development council comes to order. Daru ordered 3 pizzas. We also line up all the snacks we bought at the table. It's just like the party we had a few days ago to cheer up Suzuha. Mayuri wanted to decorate the room, but since everyone's tired, I dismissed it as unnecessary. Looks like Suzuha managed to retrieve her jacket from Mr. Brown. Good.
やばかった
That was terrible. I was stuck looking like an exhibitionist all day.
として一日を過ごす羽目になるとこだったよ
The Brown 2
私
workshops closed. Suzuha made sure the 42-inch CRT was turned off, so there's no need to fear any malfunction from the time loop machine. A heavy sigh escapes my throat. I realize that I've been tense and nervous since the time loop machine was completed. Now I can finally relax. The topic of the time loop machine has become taboo. Even Krisu doesn't bring it up during the meeting.
誰
Daru, why did you order the exact same pizzas as before?
種類のピザを注文した
Open
の
the
か
pizza boxes to find the exact same ones you got for Suzuha's party.
ズバリ僕
Because I like it. So naturally, I'm not amused.
オカリン
Ocarine.
フェリスちゃんや
I called Ferris-chan and Luka-chan, but they said they couldn't come.
そうか
Oh, do they have
何か
plans?
言う
フェリスちゃんは
Ferris-chan has a Rynet
来
tournament.
年
しまっ
I should have gone to cheer. How careless of me. And Luka-chan seems embarrassed for some reason.
ここに来たら
Maybe she thinks he'll make her wear a costume again. Or maybe it's because Okabe straight up molested her, but it's okay.
コスプレの件か
You still haven't convinced her to
もしかしてまだ
cosplay?
説得できていないのか
What was the point of completing the costume?
恥ずかしいんだ
She said it was embarrassing. I keep telling her cuteness is justice, but she never listens.
可愛いは正義
Cuteness is justice. Is that what they
そん
say?
な言葉が
クリスチャンもね
You're cute too, Krishan.
可愛い
Huh? You are full of justice. Krisu doesn't know how to react. She blushes and Mayuri starts teasing her like a drunk old man. There's no alcohol at this party, of course. You know, of course.
ねえねえ今度の
Hey,
コミュニティ
Kamima's coming up. Wanna
出てみ
go?
ない新作は無理
I
だ
can make something new. I can't make something new, but I have a costume of post-awakening Sierra from Blood Tune. I made it last year. I think the size is just right for Krishan, too.
私がコスプレ
Me? Cosplay? Krisu looks conflicted, then she murmurs.
ちょっと興
I'm
味
sorta interested. She sure could have fooled us before, pretending to have no interest in otaku culture.
でも
But I
私
refuse to do it in
が人前に
public,
出るのはお
though,
断りだから
like a convention.
だけでいいよ
You don't have to show anyone, but eventually you'll want them to see.
みんなに見てもらい
Cosplay demon compels you.
コスプレにはそうさせ
The
るの
cosplay demon?
そういえば
That reminds me, Krishan. You're always wearing that cute uniform. What school is it from?
うんこれ
Oh, this? Krisu lifts up her necktie.
2週間だけ
I attended Ayamen for about 2 weeks. I modeled this
そこの
outfit
制
after
服
their
を改造
uniform.
してきてるの
あ
Oh, their uniform is really cute, but you made it even cuter. You might have really good design sense.
あ明日
I'll bring the costume tomorrow, okay? Will you try it on then?
いいわ
Sure. Looks like Krisu approves of the cuteness is justice philosophy. What's not to agree with? When is the photo shoot?
相変わらず橋田は
Good to
変
know
態
you're still
度
a
を邁
pervert.
進中だな
For what it's worth. Yes, he is, but that wasn't. That one particular line wasn't.
だって
Come on, it's Blood Tune Sierra. She's got
あれって確か
Amporo
本物だぞ
on Moro.
パンモロ
On Moro?
パンツがもろに
It means her panties are completely exposed. Oh. Oh. No way.
大丈夫だよ
It's okay.
クリスチャンは知ら
You
ない
might not know this, but last year there was a really popular saying.
パンツじゃないから
Not panties, so it's not embarrassing.
いやいや
It's plenty embarrassing, trust me.
絶対来てね
Wear it, okay? It's a promise.
やめといた方がいいんじゃない
Maybe you shouldn't bother. No. Suzuha speaks, her tone sharp. She's scowling at Krisu again. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room changes. You're asking for trouble by trusting Makise Krisu.
それ
What's that supposed to mean? Naturally, my strong-willed assistant isn't one to back down from a fight. Sparks fly between the two girls.
この前から思っ
I've
てた
been
んだ
meaning to ask, did I do something to you?
直接は何も
Not to me, but I know everything you have done.
何私が
What
し
do
た
you
ことって
mean? I've done nothing to be guilty of.
でしょうね
Perhaps, but I know your true nature.
すごい
Wow, you can see into my heart? That's groundbreaking technology. I'd love to hear how it works.
装置なんてないよ
It's not science, it's
強いて言う
fiction.
つまり言い
So you're
がかり
just making it up.
事実だってば
I know. Uh-oh, we've got a situation here.
おかわり
Oh, Korean? Mayuri clings to me with teary eyes.
二人を止めて
Stop them from fighting. This looks like a job for the one and only Hyo in Kiyoma. I insert myself between the two girls.
しかいないようだな二人とも
Break it up, you two. I, Hoyo in Kiyoma, shall decide this dispute.
おーい京馬が預かる
Or should we say, oh, then you... I finally figured out what it was. Oh, hell yeah. Even better, something being rough in the eyes is really straining. So, like, good, awesome. They both glare at me. Although I'm afraid for my life, I harden my resolve. The mission must succeed. First, I focus on Krisu.
助手よ
Assistant, I didn't raise you this way.
育てられた覚え
You
もない
didn't raise me at all.
マッドサイエン
If you want to become a true mad scientist, you must learn to keep your emotions in check, even as you cackle your way to victory.
聞いてないなるつもり
Nobody
もない
asked you, and I'm already a scientist. all true. Next, I switch focus to Suzuha.
戦士
Your enemy is CERN, remember? You must conserve your strength for Ragnarok.
岡部倫太郎には
I
注
warned
目
you
したい
before, Okabe Rintaro. Nakase Krisu is a threat.
ちょ
What? You're going to mention that here, now?
うーん
Oh, what's this
ど
about,
ういうこ
Okabe?
とよ岡部
Their eyes are like laser beams boring into my skull. I want nothing more than to flee for my life. But Mayuri is watching me anxiously. I need to defuse the situation. Bloom. Ah, of course.
お前たち
Looks like neither of you is willing to back down. So be it. Fight to your heart's content. Fight until there is no more fight to be had. Then share a manly handshake by the river and let friendship blossom.
だから
But in the future, when it comes time for you to venture out into the real world, I hope you remember one thing.
お前たちは二人とも
Nobody likes a mood killer.
うるさい
Getting yelled at by both of them at the same time sends shivers down my spine. It's coming. I quickly seize my right arm. Ah, why now of all times? Calm down, right arm of mine.
静まれ
Turn around and head back to
俺の右
Mayuri.
手
I tried.
マユリ
Barely, but sorry, Mayuri. At this rate, I'll end up hurting those two. I have no choice. The rest is up to you. Jeez. Mayuri puffs her cheeks out and goes over to the two girls.
二人とも聞いて
Guys, Mayushi doesn't like it when you fight. Let's all get along, okay?
喧嘩は嫌いなので
Hearing this, the two combatants reluctantly comply.
そうよ
I expected this would happen. Mayuri is the oil that keeps the gears of this lab churning along. The throbbing in my right arm dissipates. Naru comes over to chat with Suzuha, and gradually peace returns to the lab. Risu is in the development room, making a call, probably to her mother in America. I sit on the sofa and watch TV while sipping Dr. P. The TV is running a game show where contestants guess the prices of popular items at high-class restaurants. Mayuri sits down next to me. She peels a banana and begins eating it.
ねえね
Hey,
えオカリ
Okarin. Hmm? Mayuri slowly looks around the lab, smiling all the while.
なんだかね
It's been really lively here these past few weeks, huh?
あ
Yeah, I guess it
That's right.
has. I established the Future Gadgets Laboratory around the time I entered college. It was the first step in my plan to bring chaos to the world. It's around the middle of March of this year, which means it's been almost 5 months. About half a month after it was established, Mayuri showed up, still not sure why, and became a lab member. For about a month it was just me and Mayuri. Then in early May I finally got Daru to join. All it took was telling him that the lab is just a 3-minute walk from May Queen Nanya. This location on the outskirts of Akiba has always been quiet. Mayuri isn't the type to object to every little thing like Krisu, nor the type to make dumb jokes like Daru, so the lab was very peaceful back in those days. It's quite a pleasant place to be, and now the lab mem count has increased to 8. It happened in the blink of an eye, or so it seems. They didn't come today, but Lukiko visits occasionally, and Ferris is a familiar face at May Queen Nanyan, or at least she was before May Queen disappeared. I remember feeling out of place the first time I came to Akiba, but now it's like a second home.
楽しいね
It's fun. Yeah, more people, friends. Mayuri too seems pleased by the increase in lab mems.
あのね
Uh,
ラボ
but there are 8
メンバ
lab
ー
mems.
8人
Mayushi thinks it's getting a little
増えたでしょ
cramped in here.
まずね
First, we don't have enough
椅子が足りないの
chairs.
です
Sofa only has room for 2. Then there's Daru's personal desk chair. Those are the only chairs in the lounge. There's some pipe chairs in the development room, but they need to stay there.
買ってこなくちゃだよ
We should buy more. Do you have money, Okarin?
椅子を買うと
New chairs will take all my savings. Then I need to get a part-time job again. Aha, there it is. He had a part-time job, saved up money, and is going through that. I guess you can use some of my salary.
あとはね
We need a new microwave too, otherwise I can't warm up my juicy chicken number 1.
あ
Yeah, sorry about that. Cutting off Mayuri's chicken supply might actually kill her.
あだがマユリ
But Mayuri, when we turn over the time loop machine, the reward money will solve all of our problems.
椅子と電子レンジの
Will it be enough to pay for chairs and a microwave on top of the higher rent?
もらえるさ
It'll be enough.
もっとも
More than enough.
そうなんだ
Wow, that's great, Okarin.
なぜそんなに嬉しそう
Why
な
are
の
you so happy?
だってお友達たく
Just
さんで
look, we've made so many friends.
ダルくんでしょ
There's Daru-kun, Chris-chan, Luka-chan, Suzu-san, Moeka-san, Ferris-chan,
萌えか
Brown-san, Naya-chan, and more.
テ
She gazes wistfully into the distance.
春の頃は
In the spring, when you started this lab, you seemed so lonely.
もう
But now you're fine.
マユシーが
You don't need me to be your hostage anymore.
それはどういう
What do you mean? I try to ask, but before I can finish, an urgent news bulletin appears on the TV. The subtitles read, Terrorist bomb threat suspends Yamanote Sobu Kaihen Toku lines.
爆破テロ予告
Bomb threat?
つうか全部
Those lines all pass through Akiba. How is Mayushi going to get home?
本当だ
Oh yeah, I should call home. A bomb threat? I don't know why, but I've got a bad feeling about this. Only the lines passing through Akihabara are suspended, as if that were the target. Wait, could that be it? Could the bomb be at Akihabara Station? I get a cold feeling in my stomach.
岡部倫太郎
Okabe Rintaro, I need to know.
タイムリープマシン
You've completed the time loop machine, right? Huh? Well, yeah. Okay.
私
I just remembered, I've got something to do. I'm going out. Susaha leaves the lab without another word.
何なの
What's wrong with her? Susaha's acting strange. Is it related to the bomb threat? Why does she just ask about the time loop machine? Something occurs to me. The 2 threatening emails I received. Watching you. You know too much. Who sent them? There's more. Words and images flash through my head. CERN. The LHC. Jellyman. The Z program. Government secrets. The organization. Men in Black. The Committee of 300. The Time Leap Machine. What did Krisu say?
私たち
We may have created a monster here.
とんでもないものを作っちゃったか
Taken
もしれない
separately, each of these elements was insignificant. But if I consider them part of a single line, they all point to one inescapable truth. We've come too far. Fear seizes my heart in an icy grip. I can feel anxiety eating at my brain. I can't breathe. Even though it's hot and humid, my body shivers. Should we run? Get out while we still can? Can't use the trains. What about the subway? Or would a taxi be better? Nobody's saying anything. Nobody's doing anything. What should we do? Suddenly, there's a softness against my hand. I look down to see Mayuri's hand holding mine. When I look up, I see worry written on her face. It's okay. I'm just being paranoid. It's all a coincidence. Tomorrow we'll get rid of the time loop machine. Then we can forget all of this happened. Pretend it was just a dream. We never invented a time machine. I don't need money. As long as we can forget about today and welcome tomorrow. We'll be okay, won't we? But my anxiety doesn't go away. I look over at Mayuri's head at the entrance to the lab. The door is unlocked. Anyone could just waltz right in. I hear sirens wailing a few streets away. The bomb threat has Akiba in an uproar. Yet here, in our corner of Akiba, it's so quiet. Mayuri squeezes my hand with her warm, slender fingers. I squeeze back. The next thing I know, the door slams open. 5 men burst into the lab. Their movements are swift and sure, professional, and each of them is carrying a gun. They spread out just inside the door and aim their weapons at us. It all happened so fast, no one has time to scream. The men are foreigners, a mix of races dressed casually in colorful shirts and shorts or jeans. Their arms are thick with muscle and their eyes are hard and cold as ice. 2 of them are holding pistols, the other 3 have assault rifles. AK-47s and Akiba? Is this some kind of joke? One thing is certain, these guys aren't tourists. Hands in the air, nobody move. The dark-skinned, crew-cut man barks an order. Feels like I'm dreaming. Did I fall asleep watching an action movie? This is the first time so many people have gathered in this room. Suddenly, the lab feels small. What an odd thing to be thinking at a time like this. The first to obey is Daru. Then Krisu raises her hands. Then me. Last is Mayuri. Silence. Time seems to grind to a halt. The men say nothing, but their guns remain steady, muzzles pointed at us. On the TV, a comedian laughs. Is this? Are we on candid camera? Then I hear a new sound coming from outside. The sound of high heels. A woman is coming up the stairs. Are these men waiting for her? Is she their leader? A squad of battle-hardened commandos led by a beautiful woman. It's like something out of a manga. Nothing seems real. Before long, the woman appears.
Kiryu Moeka.
Kiryu Moeka, the part-time editor. The male demon, Shining Finger, who is never seen without her phone. LabMem 005. Moeka? She's their leader. The least imposing woman I've ever met? Even now, she doesn't meet my stare. Her eyes are aimed down at the floor. What's going on here? Moeka-san?
タイムマシンを
We're taking the time
回
machine.
収させてもらう。
As always, her words are barely audible. It's ridiculous, laughable. And yet, I can't laugh. My heart is a jackhammer in my chest. The inside of my mouth is drier than a desert. I stay still with my hands in the air.
マキセクリス。
Kisei Krisu, Okabe Rintaro, Ashida Itaru. The three of you will come with us. I don't understand. Why is Moeka here? I don't know, but I have to ask.
どういう
What's going on here?
答えられない。
I can't answer that.
冗談
This is a joke,
だろ
right? Moeka shakes her head.
あなたたちに答える
You
必要
don't need to know. I don't know what you're talking about. She hasn't been suspicious in the least. She's the most normal of the people here. You can't resist.
とにかく
Come with us. But where?
どこへだ
No reply. She doesn't intend to answer that either. Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. No suspicious behavior at all. Dangerous. These guys are dangerous. Look at their guns. Nothing good can happen if we go with them. I try to refuse, but my voice catches in my throat. I can't stop staring at their guns. Are they real? They're not going to start shooting, are they?
言うと
I'm not going anywhere until you answer.
拒否することは認めない
You can't refuse.
あなたたちに逃げ
You
場
have
はない
nowhere to run.
私たちの仲間は
We have men
す
stationed
でに
throughout
秋葉原中
Akihabara.
に散らばっている
Wait. Something clicks in my head. It was them. They sent the bomb threats. They stopped the trains. Why? To keep us here? Just for that?
手荒なまでは
I don't want to hurt anyone.
3人とも
The three of you come with
一
us.
緒なんで
Why? Kisu, who was kept silent until now, finally opens her mouth.
3人の
Why just the three of us? That's when I realized that Mayuri wasn't included in Moeka's demands. She only wants Krisu Daru and me.
何を聞かれても
I'm not answering your
答え
questions.
あなたたちはただ
Come with us. It's your only
ついてくれ
choice.
ばいい
We're not getting anywhere.
おかり
Look, Korean. Daru's voice is shaking. I turn my head to look at him. He's deathly pale.
とりあえず
Don't you think we should do what she says?
だが
But unless she tells me the reason,
を言ってもらわないと
honestly, I have no idea what to do. My heart is still fluttering in my chest. This seems more like a dream than reality. I'm not a military otaku. I've never seen a real gun. The black shine of their weapons looks somehow tacky. They lack the imposing feel you expect. I'd believe her if she told me they were fake. Mayuri suddenly speaks up. Moeka-san, you're a lab mem too, aren't you?
ラボメン
It's as if Mayuri asked my question for me.
だよね
Moeka was a strange woman, but I welcomed her as a lab mem all the same. What is she thinking right now? In answer, Moeka pulls a gun from her belt and points it at us. I realize that Moeka isn't holding her phone. This is the first time I've seen her without it. Not like that matters now. Moeka's gun hand is trembling. Is this situation affecting her too? It must be. She's terrified of talking to people.
一緒に来てもらうのは
Mission,
あなたたちの
is
口
to
を封
silence
じる
you.
ため
Silence us.
それは
Your refusal to
拒
come
否
will
しても
change
変わらな
nothing.
い
Does that mean she plans to kill us? Why? What did we do?
一体
Who sent you?
誰
Who
が
are your
差し金だ
people?
私たちは
We... Moeka suddenly lifts her head. For perhaps the third time since I've known her, she looks straight at me. Her eyes are dark and empty.
セルンの
We are from CERN. CERN.
M4
M4. The dark-skinned man speaks up. Is he addressing Moeka?
口を慎め
Watch your tongue. Moeka hangs her head again. In my head, I replay the words she just spoke. CERN. From CERN? Why CERN? Of course. Who else could it be?
3人とも
Come with us
一緒に来て
now. Moeka raises her voice in frustration.
これ以上拒否するな
If you continue to resist, I'll have to resort to extreme measures.
行きたくなるようにする
Moeka slowly raises her gun. She points the muzzle at Mayuri. My whole body instantly goes cold.
椎名真由里は
Shina Mayuri is not needed.
よせ
Stop. I lunge at Moeka, but the dark-skinned man is faster. Something strikes my chin with crushing force. The shock numbs my entire body. Stars explode behind my eyes. I fall to my knees, powerless to stand. Everything goes dark. What happened? Did he hit me with the butt of his rifle? I look up. Mayuri, face streaked with tears, is reaching out to me as if begging for help. Over her shoulder, I see Moeka ready her gun. I try to yell stop, but my voice catches in my throat. Nothing comes out but a pitiful wheeze. Someone, anyone, please, stop her. Stop Moeka. Moeka's lips move. She's mumbling something.
セルンのために
CERN for FB, for CERN for FB. Her mouth opens and closes robotically. Blood curdles. No. A sharp, dry crack splits the air. Time slows to a crawl. Moeka pulled the trigger. Blood spurts from Mayuri's forehead. It splashes across my face, wet and warm. Her delicate, frail body falls towards me. I catch her. Her body is limp, like a puppet with no strings. Her head and arms dangle lifelessly. The smell of gunpowder fills my nose, and then the smell of blood. Yes. Daru clutches his head and falls to his knees, screaming at the top of his lungs. The sound jerks me back to my senses. In my arms, Mayuri takes one short, shallow breath. And then...
Mayuri
Yeah. She's dead. Mayuri is dead. Her face is covered in blood. Blood stains my hands. It's warm.
もう一度言う
You three,
3人と
come with us, now.
これ以上の警告
No
は
more
し
warnings.
抵抗するな
Resist and we'll kill you too.
らあなたたちも
Your
殺す
voice, but I can't comprehend what it's saying. What is this? What's going on here? Is this a joke? We may have created a monster here. This is a dream, right? Right? I feel nothing. My mind is blank. I take Mayuri's shoulder. Mayuri? Wake up, Mayuri. You'll catch a cold if you sleep here. If you're tired, you can stay overnight. Or I can take you home if you prefer. We'll ride the train back to Ikebukuro together, like we used to before Daru joined. It was just the two of us. Memories of her smile whirl through my head. 1,000 different smiles from 1,000 different occasions. Look away, she'll disappear. She always disappears.
もう大丈夫だ
Now you're fine.
マユシーが
You don't need me to be your hostage
じゃな
anymore.
くても
No, Mayuri, I still need you. Laugh for me, like you always do. Beat me with your silly toot-toot. Tell me it's a lie. Tell me you're alright. Mayuri? Red flames consume my mind, an inferno of rage and hate, and rage and hate, and the burning desire to kill everything I see. I gently lay the motionless Mayuri on the floor. I stand up. Then I fling myself at Moeka. But before I can take a step, someone grabs my hand from behind. You can't. Let me go. Let me go. You can't. They'll kill you. Moeka's gun is aimed at my head. Finger is already on the trigger. You're gonna kill me too? If you resist. Please, Okabe, do what she says, okay? Otherwise, they'll kill you too. I tear my hand from Krisu's grip. Vision is a tunnel with Moeka on the other side. She won't get away with this. He killed Mayuri in cold blood. I'll do the same to her. Moeka pulls the trigger. The sound of the shot smites upon my eardrums. I feel a sharp pain on the side of my head. I nearly lose my balance again. But I'm still alive. What happened? I realize that Moeka's gun is lying at her feet. Besides it is a small stone. Someone must have thrown it and knocked the gun aside. Get down. Suddenly, Suzuha is there in the doorway, knocking one man down in the blink of an eye. Before anyone can react, she darts into another man's range and delivers a piercing elbow strike to his solar plexus. The man drops to his knees, gasping for air. The remaining men turn their guns on her, but she throws the incapacitated man towards them to block their aim. Then she slides onto the feet of the man at the rear, tripping him forward, and in a single smooth flowing motion, drives her knee into the man's face as he falls. What the hell? Dark-skinned man aims his rifle. But before he can fire, Suzuha snatches a stunned attacker's gun and shoots him. Think there's a logical stopping point soon, so I'm going to go a little further. Blood spurts from the man's head. Without pause, Suzuha leaps into the air and delivers a soaring roundhouse kick to his jaw. Yeah, time, but there's a logical... I think, if I remember correctly, I think there's a logical chapter end. No. I've been trying not to distract myself too much so I can get to it, but I do have to blow my nose real quick. Oh, no, no, no. Okay. I've been better about not hitting escape till now. The next thing I know, the 5 men are down and Moeka's gun is aimed at Suzuha's face. But Suzuha doesn't back down. Her gun is trained on Moeka's neck. It's a standoff. Neither moves. Silence returns to the room. Who are you? 42. Suzuha's reply makes no sense. She glances at me. TV. What is she saying? Turned on. What? Suddenly, Krisu springs up and makes a break for the development room. Don't move. That's my line. Suddenly realize the meaning of Suzuha's words. The 42-inch TV downstairs, it's on. She wants me to use the time leap machine. I look at Mayuri's body. She's lying there quietly. Eyes are closed. They'll never open again. One of the men Suzuha knocked out starts to moan. They wake up, it's all over. Suzuha looks at me again. Her eyes implore me to make my move. If I use the machine, I can avert Mayuri's death, but at the same time, it could fry my brain. Fry my brain? So what? What is there to fear? Mayuri is dead, shot in cold blood. This isn't right. I won't accept it. Then change it. Change the past. You have the power. Use it. I stagger into the development room. Risu is about to put on the headgear. I pull it away from her.
俺が飛ぶ。
I'm going back. I should be the one to grab Kusu's wrist as she tries to take it back. I stare into her eyes wet with tears.
俺が
I will save Mayuri.
マユリを
But what if it fails? I ignore her and put on the headgear. Moika's last shot grazed the side of my head. My ears are still ringing and there's blood on my neck. It doesn't matter. I might fail, I might even die, but I have to try. It's my only chance to save Mayuri. Yusu bites her lip and activates the X68000.
岡部倫太郎一人いった。
Okabe Rintaro, one of them's moving! Get in there, kill them!
やらせるか。
Damn idiots. Blue Cup Man staggers into the development. Acting purely on instinct, I grab Future Gadget number 4, Mode Snake, from the shelf and flick the switch. White smoke instantly fills the room, rendering it impossible to see. Kill them!
クリス
Okabe, are you sure? Are you sure about this, really?
やれ
Do it, Krisu. Activate the
マシンを
machine.
動かせ。
Pain flares in my right arm. Was I shot? Doesn't matter. I see blue-white light shining through the smoke. The discharge is starting. Light rapidly grows brighter. The floor begins to shake. The singularity is open. I crouch down, holding the headset steady with one hand. Wait for me, Mayuri. I won't die here. I'll cross through time to save you. I leap my memories. Leap into the past. The world explodes into light. So yeah. Chapter 6. That's where we're gonna end it tonight. Yeah. So to be fair, I told a half-truth earlier. I was originally hooked because a ragtag groups of guys just doing science stuff, and then it actually working. But like, that was the point of like, oh, so I'm just watching the rest of this in one night. Okay, got it, understood. However, sorry, you gotta wait a week for more. That's just how it is. But yeah, I was hoping that we'd get there and that it would time out, because like, if that happened like a half hour, that would still work too. But like, it could have gotten timed poorly. But like, we went 9 minutes over. Like, whatever, it's fine. But yeah, next week we'll be picking up more of this. Oh boy, this is where we start to be able to get some bad ends too. Yeah. That wasn't a bad end. That was story. Oh, Mitz doesn't know the bad ends though. Unless you've looked into the game, like, Mitz and Zelf, you don't know the bad ends. We hitting them all. We hitting them all. So, yes. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for watching. It's been a hell of a night. Definitely not choking up at this, even though this is my third time. I've played the game once. I've watched the anime once. This is my third time seeing these events. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Ooh, man. But yeah, we got big shout outs to... Hold on, I'm going to have to tab out, so the screen's going to go blank for a second. It's just how it is. Oh, I guess it doesn't really go blank for you guys, but it does for me. Oh, it freezes the camera. Zelf with the heckin' host, as well as Witcher with the heckin' host, who I don't think they ever said anything in chat, but I hope they had a good stream and are okay. Nonetheless. And Risky for 44 months resubscription. Damn. Insane. Wonderful. Fantastic. And everybody in chat suffering alongside me. The schedule's actually up on Discord. Tomorrow we're going to go through that Final Fantasy demo. If it's not that long, I don't know what we'll do after that. We'll put something in there. I haven't thought about it. We'll figure it out when it happens. Tuesday's Monster Hunter. Thursday's Jackbox. Friday is going to be something from Finish Up Friday. Probably either Ryza or Yakuza, and I'm not sure which. Saturday we're doing Skullgirls, and Sunday we're back to this. You know, less cliffhanger. But yeah, normally I'd raid somebody, but I'm really hungry, so we're gonna let AutoHost take care of it because hunger and laziness went out some days. But yeah, you do not potions. I'm doing it to torture you all. You don't. All of the bad ends are optional. If you go through the game normally, you'll hit like a medium end. The true end path is a little convoluted, so we'll just start from the beginning, fast forward, and do the things we gotta do. So no, we don't have to do every bad end. But this is the way I played it my first time, knowing damn well I was gonna hit every bad end. And I'm doing it. Yeah. Yeah, Ramen. Yeah. Maybe we'll watch the anime on Discord. Maybe. We'll see. That said, I own the game. I own Zero already. I could do it. We'll save that for after. Maybe. We'll see. Oh, while I'm talking anyway, since we're already going late, what we might actually really do... Oh yeah, that probably screwed up the chat. What we might actually really do, there is a Steins Gate game I haven't played because it's a non-canon spin-off. Everyone's happy and it's just like a dating sim in high school. Maybe I'll get that one. It's straight up just a... It's happy. We swear to you, it's happy. Maybe I'll get that one. I haven't played it. I know it exists. It's available on all the platforms, but I haven't tried it. Honestly, if maybe I haven't watched Zero, so we'll see. We'll see. If people really want Zero, fine, but I'm not doing it next. After this one, I do want to hit one of the ones I haven't played. As much as I'm loving and dreading going through one I have played, I do want to hit new stuff too. The point of this was to lead into other stuff. But if we get a game or two in and people are like, I want Depression, cool. We can do that. But yeah. We got ourselves a monster, a quote, a Discord, and any sound effect here just sounds wrong. Any sound effect here that I can think of that would fit is just going to make light of a sad situation. I ain't doing it.
Tell me, for whom do you
I guess. But I wasn't going to do one. But yeah, thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for watching. This has been Vipers from Viperland. I'll see you all next time.
Is forged of falsehoods. Its city-states are built on deceit, and its faith is an instrument of